Supervisor Yee. Yee not present. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any communications?
There are none to report, Madam President.
Okay. Will you please read the consent agenda?
Items 1 through 10 are on consent. These items are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
All right. Seeing no names on the roster, can you please call the roll?
On items 1 through 10, Supervisor Marr. Marr absent. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee. Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos. Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 10 ayes.
These items are finally passed on the first reading and adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 11 is an ordinance to amend the police code to authorize the director of the Entertainment Commission to waive the filing fee for loudspeaker permits based on certain criteria for place of entertainment permit applications in neighborhood commercial or mixed residential districts, and to authorize the director of the Entertainment Commission to extend the 9-month deadline for conditional grants of entertainment and limited live performance permits.
Colleagues, can we take this item? Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Next item.
Item 12 is an ordinance to amend the planning and administrative codes to increase the inclusionary affordable housing fee and other requirements, to require the controller to prepare an economic feasibility report and make recommendations by July 31st, 2016 and every 3 years thereafter, and to establish and set forth the membership duties of the Inclusionary Housing and Technical Advisory Committee.
Roll call vote.
On item 12, Supervisor Marr. Marr absent. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos. Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. This is on item 12.
The ordinance is
There
final.
are 8 ayes and 2 noes, 3 noes, 2 noes, Madam President, excuse me.
And the names of the noes, please.
Supervisor Wiener, Supervisor Farrell.
All right. This ordinance is finally passed.
Never heard that before.
Please call item 13, 14, and 15 together.
Item 13 is an ordinance to appropriate $260 million of proceeds from short-term certificates of participation for general city responsibility for interim financing related to the Trans-Bay Transit Center project in 2015 through 16. Item 14 is the resolution to determine that certain property located in the future annexation area, namely within assessor's parcels block numbers 3721, lot numbers 019, 020, and 029, are to be annexed to the City Community Facilities District number 2014-1, the Trans-Bay Transit Center. And item 15 is the resolution to approve and authorize the execution and delivery of tax-exempt or taxable lease revenue commercial paper certificates of participation in a combined aggregate principal and amount not to exceed $260 million.
Roll call vote.
On items 13, 14, and 15, Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Peskin in the dissent.
The ordinance is passed on the first reading and the resolutions are adopted. Next item, please.
Item 16 is an ordinance to amend the Business and Tax Regulations Code to exempt from the parking tax and certain other requirements a limited number of special parking events that earn under $10,000 per event operated by volunteer-led nonprofit organizations on school district property for the benefit of the San Francisco Public Schools, and to establish a special school parking permits event issued by the tax collector.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the 2nd District PTA and all the PTAs and PTOs that put time into this, the Treasurer's Office, and especially Nick Pagalatos from my staff and Peter Lauderborn before him for ensuring that every penny stays with the fundraising operations on parking lot fundraisers for our schools, not only those in the Richmond District and Jefferson and the Sunset District, but also in places in Supervisor Farrell's district around the marina to others. And we hope that this sets a good procedure so that fundraising for school stays at the school site with parents and every penny goes to the children, but also that there's good accountability in it with the Treasurer's Office and others. So I really appreciate this. We're moving it forward till 2025, and thanks for your support, colleagues.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, seeing no names on the roster, can you please call the roll?
On item 16, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 17 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to allow the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, local business enterprises, to receive bid discounts on eligible SFPUC regional project contracts with certain restrictions.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 18 is a resolution to approve and authorize the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city to execute a ground lease at 255 Fremont Street and 222 Bill Street with Mercy Housing California 64 LP for $15,000 per year for a term of 75 years for the purpose of developing housing for very low and low income households at Trans Bay Block 7.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 19 is a resolution approving the contract between the city and Univar USA, Inc. for purchase of sodium hypochlorite with an initial amount not to exceed $14.5 million through May 31st, 2019, with two options to extend the agreement for up to 1 year each, with a total amount not to exceed $24 million for a term ending March 31st, 2021.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, can you please call items 20 through 25?
Item 20 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the San Francisco Department of Public Health to accept and expend a $456,000 grant from the California Department of Public Health to participate in a program entitled Hepatitis C Virus Testing and Linkages to Care through June 30th, 2016. Item 21 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the Department of Public Health to accept and expend a $27,000 gift from the estate of Norma Parenti to Laguna Honda Hospital and Rehabilitation Center Gift Fund through March 31st, 2026. Items 22 through 25 are four resolutions that authorize the mayor on behalf of the city and county of San Francisco to apply for, accept, and expend the city's 2015-16 through 17 entitlement from the following state departments. For item 22, it's $16.5 million for the Community Development Block Grant Program, an entitlement from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, for a total to the program of $19.2 million. Item 23, approximately $7.1 million from the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS program, an entitlement from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, for a combined total of $9.2 million for the period through June 30th, 2021. Item 24 is $4.2 million for the Home Investment Partnership Program from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and to expend program incomes in the amount of $100,000 for a combined total of approximately $4.2 million through June 30th, 2021. And item 25 is approximately $1.5 million for the Emergency Solutions Grant Program entitlement from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for an unspecified period starting July 1st, 2026.
Madam Clerk, please add me as a co-sponsor to item number 21.
Thank you, Madam President.
Colleagues, can we take those items, same house, same call? Without objection, those resolutions are adopted unanimously. Item 26, please.
Item 26 is a resolution to authorize the issuance and sale and delivery of multifamily housing revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $35 million for the purpose of providing financing for the construction of a 120-unit multifamily rental housing project known as the Trans-Bay Block 7.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Can you please call item 27 and 28 together?
Items 27 and 28 are two resolutions to approve the Sheriff's Department Home Detention and Electronic Monitoring Program rules and regulations and approving evidence of financial responsibility demonstrated by program administrator, leaders in the community alternatives for the 2015 and 2016 calendar years.
Supervisor Kim?
Thank you. I did not bring this up earlier through the committee process, but I did want to explain why I'm not going to be voting for these two items today. I'm a huge supporter of our electronic monitoring program. I think that this is a very good alternative to incarceration, and we want to make sure that we are utilizing it. However, this is a heavily underutilized program, and I have a lot of questions as to why we aren't increasing participation in this program. This is a program that has been demonstrated to show that we can maintain safety in our communities and release individuals that are not a danger to the community while monitoring their movements to ensure a certain level of security for our communities. Yet, we know that participation in this program averages at 60 people and 30 to 40 from from the probation office. I don't consider this an adequate or sufficient alternative due to its low participation, and I have many questions in terms of how this program is administrated. Second, I have issues with the fact that we charge the inmates to participate in this program. There's a charge of a $125 application fee, and after that, it's $35 a day for the inmate to participate in a program when we have already decided that they are safe enough to be back with their communities and their families. Yet, in the meantime, if we keep them in prison or in jail because they can't afford to pay the $125 fee or the $35 a day, we spend hundreds of dollars to keep them housed on our own dime. I think that there are a number of questions that I have about how this program is implemented, and so I will be voting against these two items today, but I would like to have a conversation with the Sheriff's Department when they come to Budget Committee in the next couple of months about how we better implement this program.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I have a lot of concerns about this as well, especially along the lines of Supervisor Kim. And rather than, I'm not sure whether we approve this or not. We often approve things like this retroactively, so I'm not sure if that's going to change anything. I'd rather see if there's a way that we can continue the item and get another report from the Sheriff's Department about how they can actually utilize this program and minimize or put no cost on inmates. We've actually gone through a whole process around looking at fines and fees that keep people in the cycle of poverty, and this type of program seems to be doing just that as well. And so I would like to see maybe we can continue this item for a couple weeks. I could possibly vote no on it then, but I'd like to talk to the sheriff more about it before voting on it.
Thank you. And so your recommendation is to continue the item until the next meeting, or would you like the next meeting of May 10th or May 17th for 2 weeks?
2 weeks, May 17th.
Okay. Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to continue items 27 and 28 to the meeting of May 17th, and it was seconded by Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, Supervisor Cohen, would you like me to?
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to actually make a motion to continue myself, so I want to associate myself with the comments that Supervisor Avalos and the concerns that Supervisor Kim has raised.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Colleagues, can we take the continuance without objection? Without objection, this item, both 27 and 28, will be continued to the meeting of Tuesday, May 17, 2016. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Item 29 is an ordinance to designate 90 through 92 2nd Street, a.k.a. the Bourdette Building, Assessor's Block number 3707, lot number 012, as a landmark under Planning Code Article 10, and making the appropriate findings.
All right, seeing no names on the roster, Madam Clerk, colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. All right, let's skip over our 2:30 commendations and go to the committee of the whole. Okay, we can skip committee reports, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 32 was considered by the Land Use and Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on Monday, May 2nd at 1:30. This item was forwarded as a committee report. It's an ordinance to designate the Norfolk Island Cook Pine Hybrid Tree at 46A Cook Street as a landmark tree pursuant to the Public Works Code Section 810 and make the appropriate findings.
Okay, colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Let's go to roll call for introductions, and at 2:30 we will interrupt temporarily for a commendation, and we will do our Asian Pacific Islander commendations at 3:30. So with that, we will move to roll call for introductions, starting with Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, President Breed. Let me first say that the item that we just passed, the landmarking of the 46A Cook Street tree, I wanted to thank Supervisor Farrell and his office for ensuring that a beautiful pine tree that was supported by so many residents on Cook Street, from the Laurel Hill Cooperative Nursery School to many of the residents, is an important victory. I talked with Jake McGoldrick this morning, the author of the landmark tree law that was created years ago, and I think it's a good example of the community standing up to protect the environment, but especially a beautiful tree on that site. I wanted to especially thank Vanessa Rotullo and her son and many others that really stood firm on that whole process. I wanted to also say that I have a piece of legislation today that's co-sponsored by Supervisors Avalos and Supervisor Norman Yee. As many of you know, Nick Pagalatos and my office with the Food Security Task Force has been working on strong efforts in our city with a broad coalition to end hunger in San Francisco by 2020 and to challenge food insecurity and hunger because we know that 1 in 4 San Franciscans is at risk of food insecurity or going to bed hungry, from children to seniors. So this item is a supplemental security income state-level piece of legislation. SSI is a federal program designed to help California's seniors and people with disabilities who have little or no income meet their basic needs. The state-funded portion of the program is called State Supplemental Payment, or SSP. In January of 2009, SSI, SSP, the grant was only $907 a month, and it was worth about over 100% of the federal poverty level for a single individual. Since then, SSP grants were repeatedly cut and no cost of living adjustments were provided at the state level. Individual grants are now worth just 90% of the federal poverty level. Since 2010, 6 years ago, for 6 years, California has been cutting its share of the benefits down to the federally permitted minimum and has eliminated the cost of living adjustments on the state portion of the SSI, SSP grant. So it's squeezing hungry people even more and more. So these cuts have pushed more than 1 million people 1 million blind, aged, and disabled Californians below the poverty level. It's a significant reason why we have seen this skyrocketing of poverty to the highest in the nation of our city, according to the Census Bureau's supplemental poverty measure. And while almost every area of the state budget has had funds and programs restored in recent years, we haven't seen that for SSI, SSP recipients, the hungry, the blind, the disabled. So they haven't seen any restorations. So California has not yet restored even 1 cent of these grant cuts that were made during the recession. One of the populations most harmed are seniors and people with disabilities. So that whether it's the Dignity Fund Coalition or the Support at Home Coalition that I'm working with, we're really focused on helping people with disabilities and seniors who depend on SSI or fixed incomes and state supplemental payments, SSP, to keep a roof over their heads and food on their plates. Single California SSI and SSP recipients have incomes of $889 a month, well below the poverty level and self-sufficiency standards. And unlike other low-income households, California's 1.3 million recipients are not eligible for food assistance, so they're not even eligible for CalFresh and food stamps. They must rely entirely on this SSI, SSP allotment to pay for rent, food, transportation, and utilities. But because of these cuts Our food banks and pantries report alarming increases in the number of people seeking nutritional assistance. I was in the Sunset in Supervisor Tang's district at Edgewood today, observing the food pantry that the food bank, the Marin San Francisco Food Bank, administers, and we could see it at every single food pantry. California's high housing costs put even affordable homes out of reach of many of these folks. Hunger and poverty among these recipients are problems that the state of California has the power to address. And as California's economy continues to recover, our state budget and social policies need to improve the lives of all members of our communities, especially the blind, sick, disabled, and seniors and people with disabilities. Governor Brown has proposed in his budget the first increase in 10 years to this state's contribution, the state supplemental payment, SSP, by offering a cost of living adjustment. But Senator Pro Tem Kevin DeLeon and members of the Senate have proposed an increase in the SSP, SSI grant amount in their No Place Like Home initiative. So the Assembly has proposed an SSI, SSP grant increases in each of the last two budgets. Now's the time for the legislature and the governor to work together to take action. Assemblymember Cheryl Brown has introduced the legislation. It's called AB 1584. It would reinstate the cost of living adjustment for the SSP for the aged, blind, and disabled. By taking these actions, the governor and the legislature can reduce the number of Californians living in poverty by more than 1 million people. And these recipients have the right to live in dignity, not poverty. And I urge you, along with my colleagues, Supervisor Avalos and Yee, to stand in support of these individuals and supporting this effort at the state level as we also work to end hunger, poverty, and food insecurity in our own city. Lastly, I wanted to invite people to the 2016 Richmond Community Health Festival. It's on May 7th, Saturday, from 10 to 2, begun 12 years ago by my predecessor, Supervisor Jake McGoldrick, along with Kaiser's support, and now with strong support from Assemblyman Phil Ting, our Health Equity Coalition that's been putting this on year after year. And I wanted to thank Victor Lim for my staff and other kind of staff from my office for putting this on. But again, it's at the Richmond Rec Center, Saturday, May 7th. 10 to 2. You can enter on the 18th Avenue entrance between Clement and California. Lion dancing, Tai Chi, lots of giveaways, reusable water bottles, Russian dancing, singing performances. Maybe Phil Ting will do some singing performances with us even at this event. Our coalition is made up of not only Kaiser and the Assemblyman's office, but also the amazing multicultural mental health agency, Richmond Area Multi-Services, or RAMS, Compassionate Community Care, one of our aging in place programs in the city, Self-Help for the Elderly, and a number of others, the Department of Public Health, the Chinese Community Health Plan, the Public Utilities Commission, ONLOC, the YMCA's Healthy Living efforts, Northeast Medical Services, which is in the Richmond and the Sunset and Chinatown North Beach, Project Open Hand, and UCSF's dental school that's always there supporting our Richmond district and other residents that come to the festival. Please join us. If you want more information, contact Victor Lim from my staff and help us celebrate health equity and a healthier Richmond district. The rest I'll submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Peskin.
Madam Clerk, colleagues, today I rise to take a minute to reflect on the loss of an extraordinary public servant, a friend and a mentor that I know many of us are grieving. I first met Eileen Hansen in 1999 and have relied on her advocacy, integrity, and counsel throughout my time as a neighborhood activist and a public servant. I, like many of you, am profoundly sad and will miss her greatly. There are very few people who have not been touched by Eileen, and I know that many of you, Supervisors Campos, Cohen, and Avalos, have words to say. During the 1980s, at the height of the AIDS epidemic, Eileen was a champion, caregiver, and beloved friend to so many in our community who were struggling and isolated. She was a fierce advocate as the executive director of the AIDS Project of the Lawyers Guild, which used to operate out of Tom Steele's law office on Pine Street. It was the predecessor of the AIDS Legal Referral Service, where she later was the policy director. Former Ethics Commissioner Paul Melbestad told me that he relied on her drafting pro bono wills and other estate planning documents for her clients with Kaposi sarcoma, and pneumocystis who were too sick to go to a lawyer's office, and that a very special community was formed through the loose network of advocates and service providers in the Bay Area Reporter. In 1999, she was the chief fundraiser for Tom Amiano's Upstart Write-In campaign. That's where I met her. And that campaign threw the city for a runoff loop and reinvigorated a part of San Francisco and catalyzed a movement that eventually led to another batch of upstarts gaining ground here at the Board of Supervisors, including myself. Eileen was a central figure of that organizing effort to take back the Board of Supervisors for independent neighborhood-based interests. She ran herself during that cycle and ended up in a runoff in 2000 and ran again in 2002. She was a mentor to many, women in particular, and always at the center of some effort to save the beloved San Francisco landmark, whether it be the Modern Times bookstore or a community art space, or to help fundraise for the Tenants Union after Ted Gullickson's passing. Her unwavering commitment to social justice, her integrity, her creative leadership, and her deep love for community are reasons why we honor her here today. In 2005, Eileen was appointed to the San Francisco Ethics Commission and proved to be a strong voice for ethics reform. Ms. Hansen pressed the Ethics Commission's executive director and the staff to explain proposals that were counter to the Commission's stated mission. Her appointment was bitterly opposed in an editorial by the San Francisco Chronicle, and she was targeted with legislation designed to keep ethics reformers off the Commission. But she persevered and led by example. Our deepest condolences to her partner of many years, Denise Wells, who is here today. And I know many of you colleagues want to speak about her, so I'd like to give you that opportunity. Denise, our profound sorrow. And the rest I'll submit.
Supervisor Peskin, I'd like to adjourn the entire board meeting on her behalf without objection, without objection.
And the rest I'll submit, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, Madam President. I also have a lot of the same history with Eileen Hansen. Met her during Tom Amiano's write-in runoff against Willie Brown back in 1999, and helped her with her campaign for supervisor in 2000. And she has been one of those persons that has been kind of like a conscience to me as I've been working at City Hall as a legislative aide and as a member of the Board of Supervisors. And she was always around to provide a lot of real sage advice, help me sort through a lot of difficult questions that often come up as a member of the Board of Supervisors. And I just felt her concern and care was inexhaustible. She was always there. And it's really hard to imagine that she's not going to have her presence here, in San Francisco, because she was such an indelible part of our everyday thinking, because she was in our heads as a mentor. So it's just really shocking and really hard to get at this point of saying goodbye. I want to just, thank and I'm very grateful for her, what she's done for the city in terms of her care for the community living with HIV and AIDS back in the 80s and 90s. And her work on the budget, the city budget, was really profound, and she was one of the early people who've come together around budget justice back in the late 90s, and that was seeing the never-ending cuts that come from Washington, D.C. for HIV and AIDS services, and also knowing that the only way that we're going to be able to make a huge difference in our budget is if we work together to assure that our safety net and our services for working people and the poor are intact, and that's what she stood for, and many other things. So it's, again, hard to say goodbye, but I know that a big part of my work is with her always in mind.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Marr.
Yeah, I just wanted to add regarding Eileen, and deep condolences to Denise and Eileen's family. I met Eileen in the early 90s as she was coming out of support for not only fighting HIV and AIDS, but also for women's liberation and women's empowerment. from organizations like the Line of March to many different organizations that she, as a mentor and coach, helped to stabilize within our communities. I wanted to say she was probably one of the most kind-hearted people that I've ever had a chance to work with. She was always so supportive and friendly, despite even her own health issues. I wanted to also say that we helped to work with many labor leaders, from Howard Wallace to others, to form the San Francisco Progressive Alliance, which was a precursor to the San Francisco People's Organization that I know that John and Jane had worked on with many of us as well. And condolences to Larry Bush and the Friends of Ethics and others that Eileen was working with to create the most transparent and fair system to challenge political abuses of power in our city government and to fight for a more democratic San Francisco. I will never forget Eileen, and I'm hoping that we always remember the organizations and the movement work that she has done. I really miss her, and I would like to have myself added as a in mentioning this in memoriam as well. Thank you.
We did it on behalf of the entire board, Supervisor Barr. Thank you. Supervisor Kim?
I just also want to recognize Eileen for her incredible passion and also for her leadership on behalf of the city. Eileen is actually one of the very few organizers and activists that worked on issues of ethics here in the city. There aren't actually very many that are willing to delve into, besides our city attorney, Mr. Givner, that are willing to delve into the mountains and mountains of work and paper and laws that are involved with what it means to have a clean and transparent and publicly accountable elected body here locally. And Eileen was one of those individuals, and it is going to be very difficult to fill in her shoes. She's also someone who has incredibly patiently spent time with me, I know, and many others on explaining, I think, very complex issues and around ethics and around other issues that our communities care about. And she's willing to spend that time and also advocate persistently, tenaciously, and passionately for the things that she cares about. As many of us know, it's not easy to run for office, and Eileen was someone who believed so much in the values that she wanted to represent here in San Francisco, and believed it was important that individuals in government held her values, that she was willing to run for office, and that is not an easy thing to do. And she ran in very tough elections where things were really set against her. But what I remember most about her, again, is just her incredible, tenacious perseverance, really grounded in a foundation of passion and belief. And, I'm glad that I was able to work with Eileen even up until recently. She was attending meetings and just speaking on the things that she cared about. And she will be greatly, greatly missed. And she cannot be replaced. And I am sad that her presence won't be here in City Hall. But, on my time on the Board of Supervisors, we've lost many individuals that I feel have shaped my politics, my principles, my values. And I think it's important that we continue to advocate for what she cared about here at City Hall and honor her life in that way.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Campos.
I'll be very brief. I don't have the words to fully capture how much I loved and respected Eileen Hansen, and I don't think that anyone can fully capture everything she's done for the city. The fact is that it's just one of those moments where words cannot fully express how great the loss is for all of us. The only thing I can say is that I know I'm a better person and the city is a better city because Eileen Hansen was in our lives. And I think that she may be gone, but she will live in our hearts and minds forever. And every time that I have a tough question, I know that I will remind myself of Eileen Hansen because she was truly the conscience of so many of us in politics, and may she rest in peace.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. And as I said, thank you, members of the board. This meeting will be adjourned on behalf of the entire board in memory of Eileen Hansen. You will be missed. Thank you. With that, I'd like to acknowledge Supervisor Weiner for a 2:30 commendation.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, today I have a very tragic in memoriam and commendation for a loss to the LGBT community, one of our great leaders, John Paul Letty, known as JP. JP was the president of the Golden Gate Business Association, which is our LGBT small business association. He died suddenly on Tuesday, April 26. JP was a father, a grandfather, a friend, a mentor, colleague, a leader, and an advocate for small businesses on the local, state, and national level. Born and raised in Guam, he had over 25 years of experience in business development and client management in the high-tech and financial service sectors, both nationally and globally. He leveraged that experience in producing some of the most forward-thinking community development programs for various nonprofits in San Francisco, including Open House, which serves the needs of San Francisco's LGBT senior community, Out and Equal, addressing the empowerment of LGBT employees within corporate America, and then, of course, the Golden Gate Business Association, which was the nation's first LGBT chamber of commerce. As president of GGBA in the last few years, his legacy includes working with the Super Bowl 50 host committee, which was the most productive procurement program to include LGBT-owned businesses in the United States. The United States Small Business Administration naming an openly LGBT-owned firm as National Small Business of the Year, specifically Equator Coffees and Teas. And he helped with the launch of the first in history Business Toastmasters program for LGBT entrepreneurs and allies. As an active and passionate business community leader, JP was also a senior ambassador for the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce, past president and member of the Emeritus Board of the Bay Networking Group, and a member of the Grand Ducal Council of San Francisco and the Imperial Council of San Francisco. His exuberance, passion, and commitment to diversity made him a highly visible champion for and within the LGBT community, as a prince within the Imperial Court of San Francisco and as a Prince Royal of the Grand Ducal Council of San Francisco. JP is someone who I have known, I believe, since I have lived in San Francisco. He was an amazing leader in our community and just one of the kindest and most exuberant people that I've had the honor of knowing. He will be unbelievably missed in our community, and I want to honor him here today. I want to note that JP's family is in town and is here today from Guam, including his mother, Joyce, and his daughter, Rachel. And I would like to invite family and friends to come to the podium and ask Rachel to make a few remarks. So if you want to come up.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm JP's second daughter, second of 4 children, and I have been asked by my family to say a few words, and mainly I would just like to say thank you to the city of San Francisco and the people here. My dad loved his family and his friends. And after that, he loved San Francisco, and he has for many years. I had the privilege of experiencing the city with him at a point in my life when I lived here, so I have a love for San Francisco from him. And he was committed to this city, and just as he was committed to his family and to me and his other children and his grandchildren. He had a passion for improving the community specifically the LGBT community. And I'm so proud of what he has done and accomplished. Some of the things are new to me. I'm hearing them for the first time. But I know that what he would want me to say is thank you for reciprocating the love and passion that he had for all of San Francisco, for all of you, and for everyone that he worked with. And on behalf of my family and my brother and my sisters, we just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for Mr. Letty's contributions to the City and County of San Francisco. And on behalf of the entire board, without objection, we will adjourn today's meeting in his honor. Now, Madam Clerk, can we please return to roll call for introductions and go to Supervisor from District 4? Supervisor Tang?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't on the list, so I submit.
Submit, okay. Supervisor Wiener?
Thank you, Madam President. Today I am submitting a hearing request for how the city is going to come into compliance with and adapt to the recently adopted Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act. After many, many years, the legislature finally was able to adopt broad regulations of medical marijuana almost 20 years after the voters legalized medical cannabis. So there are a number of issues that the city is going to have to grapple with in adopting legislation around whether it's cultivation or various other needs in light of the state legislation. So we'll be inviting various departments to really let us know about what their plans are and what their advice is in moving forward. I also do have, unfortunately, another in memoriam for Sergio Clor de Alva. Sergio was suddenly and tragically killed in a car accident on Tuesday, April 25th at the age of 24. A graduate of UC Santa Cruz. Sergio had recently moved to the Sunset District and was pursuing a career in politics. He got his start as the volunteer coordinator for Julie Christensen's campaign for supervisor. He was helping out on my campaign for state senate before he was hired to be the campaign manager in a supervisorial race. Sergio was known by many within San Francisco's political scene for his energy and his intelligence, and by all for his outgoing and amiable nature. He was full of potential, and it's a real tragedy to lose someone so young at the outset of his career. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Avalos.
Supervisor Yee has his name on? No?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today I'm introducing legislation to update some of the city's siting rules for cell phone towers and antennas. I had, in the end of 2010, we had passed unanimously legislation that set aesthetic guidelines for these facilities in the public right-of-way. The proposed changes to the planning code here would allow the planning department to work with the community and with the wireless carriers to ensure that the least intrusive means possible of providing robust and competitive wireless services while still ensuring these systems are appropriately designed for our distinct and historic neighborhoods. The proposed changes were drafted by the planning department staff based on lessons learned from over 1,500 existing commercial wireless facilities in San Francisco, as well as an eye toward the future trends for wireless facilities. In addition, the changes would strengthen the goals of the wireless siting guidelines by revising some current planning code provisions that may have had the unintentional result of wireless carriers pursuing a more intrusive location or design. So these proposed changes would create a 10-year time limit for certain macro larger wireless facilities if they require conditional use authorization. In addition, screening elements such as faux vents, pipes, or elevator penthouses use of screen antennas and supporting elements would be exempt from height limits consistent with the current exemption for unscreened antennas and towers. However, such facilities would still remain subject to design, historic preservation, and shadow review, as well as any limitations imposed by the Planning Commission. The rest I'll submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. This is an item that I'm introducing with Supervisor Peskin. We're both introducing a hearing request on the implementation of our Legacy Business Registry and Historic Preservation Grant. We're calling this hearing because in March of 2015, the Board of Supervisors unanimously passed legislation creating a Legacy Business Registry. Despite unanimous passage of that legislation, not one business has been placed on the registry as of today. In November 2015, the voters passed Proposition J with a 60% approval. Despite passage of this landmark legislation and grant program, now there are more than 54 businesses that have been nominated by the vast majority of supervisors, 9 of us, and not one business has been forwarded to the Historic Preservation Commission for review, and not one business has had a hearing before the Small Business Commission. In a recent article on Hoodline, the director of the Office of Small Business, Regina De Condrisi, told a reporter that she hasn't yet had time to work on the program because she's already been doing double duty, handling her own job as well as that of the Senior Policy Analyst Commission Secretary, a position that was only recently filled. With the drastic increase in commercial rents, with no commercial rent control, with the rising costs of doing business, and difficulty bringing staff because of extreme housing and transportation costs in the Bay Area, the small businesses and nonprofits that are shutting down need us to act. The Legacy Business Program is one of the very few in the city providing direct financial assistance to these struggling businesses. It's a tool that will help them negotiate long-term leases. I'm calling for this hearing with Supervisor Peskin so that we can hear directly from the department on what exactly is happening. We need to hear why it's taken so long, and we cannot come up with excuses when businesses are relying on this program for their very survival. I request that this hearing be held at the Government Audit and Oversight Committee, and I request that the clerk of the board for this hearing request to Nicole Elliott of the Mayor's Office, Melissa Whitehouse, Acting Budget Director, Todd Rufo, Director, OEWD, and Regina De Condrisi of the Small Business Office. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Kim.
Colleagues, today I'm introducing a resolution with the mayor that will enable us to maintain and save 101 District 6 households in their homes. Last year, South Beach Marina apartment residents contacted our office because they had learned that their middle-income restricted units had expired and were set to go market rate. For many of these households, seniors, small business owners, everyday residents, it was an effective eviction. While many of them earned good income, they did not earn enough to continue to live in San Francisco or the neighborhood that they had grown in for decades. South Beach Marina apartments, located in the former Rincon Point South Beach redevelopment project area, were built with mortgage revenue bonds in 1985 that resulted in the construction of 414 dwelling units. In exchange for the issuance of mortgage revenue bonds, the former redevelopment agency required a number of those dwelling units to be offered to low and middle-income households for a period of 21.5 years until the mortgage revenue bond financing has ended. Well, more than 20 years has passed since those restrictions have taken place, and the mortgage revenue bond financing has ended. So the owner is no longer obligated to provide these below market rate units, putting hundreds of our middle class residents at risk of being without a home. The agreement that we are introducing today with the mayor's office permanently preserves these 101 affordable housing units at South Beach Marine Apartments and prevents the displacement of our neighbors. All 101 units will remain affordable to households earning up to 121% of average median income. There have been roughly 190 units removed from protected status in the district I represent over the last 10 years. While this is one of the fewest numbers of units removed from protected status of any district in the city, we would have lost 101 this year if we were not able to work creatively with the owner and the mayor's office to preserve and save these tenants. I want to recognize the tenants who have spent the last year tenaciously organizing and patiently working with our office and the mayor's office to support keeping them as San Franciscans. This today is a win for our middle-class families. I also want to thank the District 6 Democratic Club for working very closely with the residents and acting as their advocates. And finally, I do want to thank and recognize the Mayor's Office of Housing, Olson Lee and Sophie Hayward, who really have worked tirelessly over the last year with the property owners. They've developed countless creative ideas, which we vetted in our office to save these units and to win the property owners' acceptance. This creative solution allows the city to save these units today and into the future. And finally, I am introducing with the mayor a resolution for a mixed-use project at 51st Street that would increase the affordable housing obligation for this project. I want to thank Oceanwide, the developer of 51st Street, for voluntarily complying with the new increased inclusionary housing requirement of 33% off-site in lieu fee for buildings above 130 feet, of which we finally passed today. This project proves yet again that projects can continue to build while complying with a higher inclusionary housing fee. If not for the introduction of Proposition C and our trailing grandmothering legislation, we would have left $13 million on the table, as this project would have feed out at 20%. I appreciate the developers coming to the table at 33% and their commitment to ensuring that more affordable housing is preserved and built. These fees will be dedicated to a Chinatown Downtown Small Sites Acquisition Fund to acquire and preserve housing and keep it permanently affordable within a 1-mile radius of the project, as well as $7 million of the Jobs Housing Linkage Fee for new construction within the 1-mile radius of this project. This project will be generating close to $23 million in addition of Jobs Housing Linkage Fee, which will be going to affordable housing construction citywide. I also want to recognize, my staff has let me know that the hunger strikers of Mission Police Station and their supporters have entered into City Hall. And so I'm sure they will be coming into our chambers shortly. And colleagues, the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Campos wanted to be re-referred, as did Supervisor Cohen afterwards.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, my apologies. I forgot to ask for an in memoriam, and today's a sad day. So many incredible people that we're losing, and I'd like to ask for an in memoriam in the memory of Aurora Grajeda. I would like to close today's meeting in honor of Aurora, an incredible transgender woman and community activist who passed away on April 20th of this year. Aurora Grajeda was a tall and red-haired transgender woman who went by the name of Auris. She came from El Limon, Jalisco, in Mexico, to San Francisco in 1964 when she had turned 21. She came here with a dream of living a different life to that which she had been born into. Her determination in life was to become a woman, and she was able to make that happen. Aurora Grajeda's story was a story of struggle that took her from being a dishwasher, a janitor, taxi driver, bank administrative assistant, and computer technician to becoming a prominent activist leader in our community who worked for multiple organizations and was a familiar face in every demonstration on the streets of San Francisco. She was here on all these issues, and I know that if she were alive today, she would be here today. In the spring of 2011, one of her cherished dreams became a reality when she debuted in the play The Vagina Monologues, which was presented for the first time in Spanish here in San Francisco. Aurora was a strong woman who had a lot of patience, caring, and understanding. She helped so many people who needed help, and we are grateful for her many contributions to her community. Her unstoppable drive and legacy will continue on, and as will her commitment to freedom, equality, and justice in our communities. Rest in peace, Aurora. Aurora, presente.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much for the re-referral. Colleagues, I want to talk to you a little bit about dependency court, and I hope that you'll be able to support this resolution that I'm introducing. So dependency courts are with the very critical responsibility of ensuring the health and safety of our children who've been the victims of abuse and neglect. By state statute, our dependency courts are required to appoint counsel to represent indigent parents and all minors in dependency proceedings. Important legal obligations for dependency counsel have been carefully crafted by the legislature and welfare and institution code sections of the California Constitution, but absent are sufficient funds. Attorneys cannot meet these obligations, and some providers have advised the Judicial Council that they will be unable to continue to provide competent representation and will discontinue services if further cuts are implemented. Now, the Bar Association of San Francisco oversees the administration of Dependency Representation Program of San Francisco. The court-appointed attorneys who serve the clients of our dependency courts are underpaid, yet provide a remarkably excellent legal representation. The Judicial Council of California is unable to sufficiently fund court-appointed dependency counsel statewide. The outdated funding model is based on caseloads of 188 cases per attorney. Now, using this model, a minimum of an additional $22 million of state funding is required. The American Bar Association recommended caseload is 100 cases. So the maximum national caseload standard is 188, but in California, our dependency caseloads are nearly double that. In many jurisdictions across the state, continue to experience long lines, understaffing, and a shortage of judges. Access to justice for all, for California citizens, it's actually in jeopardy because due to lack of additional funding. Such heavy caseloads in California Dependency Court undermine individuals' right to counsel, violates the law, and puts children and their families at risk. Now, this is a social justice issue that we must address with our city and our state, and we must work to serve our most vulnerable populations better. The consequences of the court's decisions are lifelong for every member of the family and profoundly impact overwhelmingly affected young children and families of color. I'd like to thank my co-sponsors, Supervisor Kim, Supervisor Breed, and Supervisor Peskin for joining me in supporting this resolution. I hope to add a few more names. Thank you. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Madam President, that concludes the introduction of new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read public comment?
At this time, the public may now address the entire Board of Supervisors for up to 2 minutes regarding items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board. Pursuant to the Board's rules of order, direct remarks to the Board as a whole, not to individual supervisors. If you would like to display a document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and then remove the document when you like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting.
First speaker, please.
Thank you, President Breed and all of the cabal. My name is Christopher Dahl, and I live at 6th and Howard, 10 blocks and less than 40 years from sea level. I rise to comment on rising predictions of rising waters. Again, I refer members to the work of James Hansen and others published in the Journal of Atmospheric Chemistry and Physics for the scientific specifics. In general, he states that the worst case for sea level rise predicts multi-meter increase within 50 years. He also states that the worst case is the most probable case. I would note that 50 years ago in my high school honors physics class, climate change and human impact on it were broadly discussed. We talked of ice ages and polar jungles, both of which have happened. At that time, sea level rise from global warming was predicted to be on the order of 2 millimeters per millennium. 30 years later, that prediction was 2 millimeters per century. 10 years ago, it was 2 millimeters a year. Today, in this report, it's on the order of 2 millimeters every 2 weeks. 2 millimeters per fortnight means 2.6 meters rise in 50 years. My prediction is that their predictions will continue accelerating as fast as they have, and that they will never catch up with reality. The question your nightmares must answer is, how soon will it be 2 millimeters per day? Thank you, President Breed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mary Eliza here. I'm just going to speak about the subject I just spoke about at the SFMTA board meeting, which is Mission Street and the situation there. First of all, I want to thank our supervisor for trying to broker some kind of a relationship that would a compromise or some kind of improvement in the situation. Unfortunately, that has not happened. We haven't been able to reach any kind of a improvement yet for the people in the Mission and the businesses that are failing because of the situation there. And as you're probably going to be aware, if you're not already, there's a large number of people in from the Mission right now over by the mayor's door trying to talk to him. So there's a large number of people in the Mission that feel incredibly disenfranchised and are very upset about the situation. And I'm not going to bore you with any of the details. You know what they are. Businesses are failing on the street. The drivers are actually so confused, and the pedestrians are so confused because of the lack of really proper signage, among everything else, that there have been 3 accidents actually since the safety features were installed on Mission Street. We have just so many problems there, so I'm just going to be coming to each of you individually, asking you to support your neighborhoods and our neighborhoods, all of our neighborhoods, in becoming part of the plan so that we're not planned on. We want to do the planning ourselves from now on. We don't need professional planners telling neighbors what they need to do with the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Flora Q. I'm a trumpet player in the U.S. West Divine Line Marching Band. I work as a business analyst, and I'm also a Falun Gong practitioner. I'm standing here because on April 17, 2016, our band was excluded just 30 minutes before the Cherry Blossom Festival Parade, just because we're Falun Gong practitioners. It's very hard for me to accept because I'm always proud of our city being one of the most open cities in the world. And people in San Francisco are always friendly and innovative. San Francisco provides support and sympathy to everybody. So I'm in this belief that this exclusion of Falun Gong would happen in San Francisco. Myself benefit a lot from practicing Falun Gong. It teaches me to be truthful, compassionate, and tolerant. I'm also proud to be a band member of the U.S. West Divine Line Marching Band. Our band members are friendly and they are educated professionals. I'm also proud because I got to contribute to our community by performing in Versus Parade. I'm so happy to see everybody smile when we perform in the parade. And our bands also won many awards. Myself is Chinese, but I speak Japanese and work in Japan, company in Japan before, so I really wanted to celebrate the Cherry Blossom Festival with them by performing there. So I know how hard you guys worked to make sure everybody stay in the city, and you work super hard to make sure everybody has equal rights and keep the prosperity and diversity. So I'm here to seek help from you to help us to have opportunity to perform in the Southwest Airline Chinese New Year Parade and the Japantown Cherry Blossom Festival Parade in San Francisco. And these are the only 2 parades that are excluded from San Francisco. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm here to support the earlier speaker, Mary Eliza, having to do with the problems of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Authority. This group needs to be reined in. There's very little chance for any of us to get you, the supervisors, involved in activities by the SFMTA. But I have to tell you that they are not working with the community. I am here to speak on behalf of the merchants and the neighbors of Taraval Street. What you're seeing on Mission Street is going to be a redux on Taraval. They are having the same problems. We are having the same blow-off. They are not listening to us. And so I would like to just give you a heads up that thank you. I would like you to take care of Mission Street so that we don't have to be down here again on Taraval Street. Supervisor Campos, thank you for your leadership, and I look forward to having everyone in this body please support the fact that we don't want to have more problems with the merchants going and having problems. We don't want to have to come back and be complaining about the blue zones being taken away. The parking is going to be deflected into the neighbors. The neighborhoods have no idea what's going to hit them. SFMTA is not doing a good job. They've decided that everybody can walk 4 blocks to catch a bus or a train. This is not a good idea. I'm one of the people that can't run 4 blocks anymore. So I'm just trying to tell you, be heads up. If there's anything that you can do to help us, help MTA see the correction of their ways so that we don't have to bring this back to the Board of Supervisors, I would like to work with you and them. But until they straighten up and fly right, I just want to give you heads up. We'll be back. And by the way, thank you for landmarking or supporting the landmark of the tree on Cook Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
尊敬的各位议员，你们好，我叫唐丽娟，现在是旧金山的居民。
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Tang Lijuan, and I'm a citizen in San Francisco.
原来在大陆的时候是一个行政学院的哲学副教授。
When I was in China, I was associate professor as a philosophy professor in China.
我原来有一个美满的家庭，幸福的家庭。
Across the hall, there are 5 people who've been on a hunger strike for 12 days. They're dying because your police officers are killing people on the streets of San Francisco. The mayor refuses to meet with them. You all have...
Sir, would you like to speak during public comment in the microphone?
I hear her. There's people dying right now.
No, I'm saying, would you like to speak during public comment in the microphone?
Comment is what I'm saying.
This is public enough.
Yeah.
This is
you
fine.
You want to wait in line,
so
do things in order.
This board to get the mayor to fire the chief. A chief who's allowed these cops to kill black and brown people indiscriminately.
He has lied on multiple civilians. Kenneth Harding Jr.
No, we have public comment.
Lied at the hands of police officers from the SFPD.
Wait, your turn.
Did
you know what public comment is?
Mario Woods was gunned down on TV.
Yeah, well, why don't you wait for
20 shots, 6 in the back.
Saying, you know.
And you all have done nothing about this.
We've spoken with many of you individually at our meetings. We've also spoken with many of you on the streets.
Well, if you're sorry, then leave.
And our friends are dying for our city, and we want this justice to be served now. Now!
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have issues with the way you are running.
Some of you have come to the strike and said that you are behind, you're supportive, you want this thing to happen. So now is the time. There's no time to wait. There's no time to deliberate. Now is the time to take action. People are, again, dying literally across the hall, 200 feet away. They're withering away. Are you ready to do something?
I've looked some of you straight in the eyes and talked with you, and you said that you wanted to help this city, and I don't believe a word of it. Are you ready to do something now?
Thank you.
My brother is dying.
Are you ready to do something?
We're going to take a recess. Thank you.
Are you ready to do something?
You ready to do something?
Right.
We've been coming here
SFGTV, we're in
week
recess.
after week
Pardon?
after week trying to do.
You're going to walk away from people dying?
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. 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 SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the joint board meeting between the San Francisco Board of Supervisors and the San Francisco Youth Commission of May 3rd, 2016. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Avalos.
Present.
Avalos present. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos. Campos present. Supervisor Cohen.
Here.
Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell.
Present.
Farrell present. Supervisor Kim. Kim not present. Supervisor Marr.
Here.
Marr present. Supervisor Peskin.
Present.
Peskin present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Wiener.
Present.
Wiener present. Supervisor Yee.
Present.
Supervisor Yee.
Present.
Yee present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And I would like to welcome my co-chair today, Co-Chair Avalos. Who would you like to ask your secretary to call the roll for the Youth Commission?
Yes.
Can we turn his mic on, please?
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Okay. So without further ado, Madam Secretary, can you please call the roll for the Youth Commission?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Wu.
Present.
Commissioner Soto.
Here.
Commissioner Padding.
Present.
Commissioner Max.
Present.
Commissioner Marshall-Fricker.
Present.
Commissioner Mansouri.
Present.
Commissioner Mao.
Present.
Commissioner Lee.
Present.
Commissioner Juarez.
Present.
Commissioner Galliano.
Present.
Commissioner Kong.
Present.
Commissioner Heath.
Present.
Commissioner David.
Present.
Commissioner Calderon.
Present.
Commissioner Bernick.
Commissioner who?
Present.
And Commissioner Avalos Nunez.
Present.
Have quorum.
Great. Okay. At this time, Madam Clerk, can you please call our 5 p.m. special order?
Pursuant to a motion number M16-051, approved on April 19, 2016, the Board of Supervisors will convene in a committee of the whole setting in a joint meeting with the San Francisco Youth Commission for a public hearing of persons interested in commenting on the subject matter of item 31, which was called from the Rules Committee, the proposed charter amendment, second draft, to authorize 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in municipal elections, to be proposed to the voters at the November 8, 2016 election.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this request was made by Supervisor Avalos. We will first hear opening comments from Supervisor Avalos. It will be followed by opening comments from the Youth Commissioner Chair Avalos. And then we will give our public defender an opportunity to provide some comments as well so that we can move forward with our hearing. I want to thank our board of Education Commissioners who are here today, Matt Haney, and I think Sandra Fewer is here in the audience as well. Thank you for joining us. And with that, Supervisor Avalos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President Breed, and I want to welcome the Youth Commission, Chair Avalos. We have 2 Avaloses in the board chamber who are here officially. That is completely unprecedented. I do believe it's also completely unprecedented that the Board of Supervisors and the Youth Commission are sitting together to review legislation that's before us. That's never happened before. The Youth Commission began, I think it was voted by the voters back in 1995. That was established that year, and our first Youth Commission was in 96, 97 that year. So every year I've seen a new bunch of commissioners come through, and they've been part of what we do as a city to make sure that we are addressing youth and young adult needs in San Francisco. They're here to advise the Board of Supervisors and to advise the mayor. And I really think it's about time that we had a meeting like this to really look at the great work that they've been doing over the years in San Francisco. We have before us a charter amendment to extend the right to vote to young people ages 16 and 17. There is, I think, just a handful of other places around the country that have passed anything similar. Tacoma Park, Maryland is one of them. And I do believe we have someone from Tacoma Park who is here. I just, first off, want to thank Joshua Cardenas, who was a youth commissioner, just left last year. He was one of the persons who did a lot of research on this coming forward. He happened to be a District 11 appointee from my office to bring this forward, and found just so much compelling evidence about why this makes so much sense. But before I get into that, I want to talk about just what San Francisco has to offer for young people in the more than any other place that I know of in the country. We have a city that really provides a place for young people to get involved in our communities. We have a place that really helps young people to be engaged civically. Our Children's Fund that was established in the early 90s actually did not have language in it that allowed for youth empowerment. It wasn't until we had the second version in 2000. But what happened between the early 90s and 2000 was we had made an incredible commitment to youth development in San Francisco, that we saw youth as real assets who could really make change, and we saw that they were part of tremendous change efforts during the 90s, one of which was helping to establish the Youth Commission. Youth in the 90s were also able to fight back on policies that were criminalizing young people, that were putting young people in boxes, that were trying to create curfews for young people, and the work that they've done has been lasting to this day. Youth have also been part of helping to build new facilities, improve schools, to make sure that our city departments are looking out for young people more. These are all the things that young people do because young people care about our city and what it is and how it best represents their interests and their needs. I think that extending the right to vote to young people is just another step in the whole progression that we've made in San Francisco to ensure that young people can truly have all the ways to express their leadership in this city. And you'll hear from young people today why this makes so much sense. I've also been involved in a lot of those youth development efforts over the years. I used to work at Coleman Advocates for Children and Youth. When I was at Coleman Advocates for Children and Youth, I helped with the youth vote process that happened in schools, private and public schools here in San Francisco. I also worked at the Youth Leadership Institute, and I worked both in San Francisco and in Marin County with the same youth vote exercise that young people have been involved in. And I've seen that young people have a tremendous ability to express themselves, not just through their work and community work, but through voting as well. And this effort that is just starting to see how we can move to the next level of youth participation and civic engagement is something that we can commit to today that could actually have long-term consequences for not just young people in San Francisco, but all around the country. San Francisco is an example for young people to show that they actually have the ability to make incredible change, and we can help make that happen by putting forward youth vote to our charter, a charter amendment for youth voting, ages 16 and 17 on a November ballot. And I really hope that today can be an enlightening experience for all of us to help make that happen. With that, I will step down and have the chair of the Youth Commission, Mr. Avalos, Chair Avalos, to have his remarks.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Chair Avalos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Supervisors. And it is truly an honor and a true privilege to sit here after 20 years since the Youth Commission's inception back in 1996, a first of its own kind of meeting as we sit here with the supervisors to discuss and deliberate this charter amendment that started with our body last year. And ever since then, it has grown tremendously. We have gotten support from many community members, many activists, and many people in government alike. I want to thank especially the youth advocates that are here today, sitting in the audience. Thank you for all your support. We truly could not have gotten to this point without the courageous efforts that you have put into this charter amendment, and I look forward to the discussion ahead with you supervisors and all of my colleagues. I am extremely proud of all your work, and it is a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Avalos. And at this time, I'd like to invite our public defender, Jeff Adachi, up to say a few words.
Thank you, President Breed, members of the board. I'm here representing my daughter, who's 15, and I want to assure you that she is very ready to vote. When she was 12, she designed a website against the death penalty, youthagainstdeath.org. She regularly argues with me about politics. I'll just tell you that she's a little left of even my views. And, she is vociferously engaged in the presidential election that's coming up. I know for many of us above 16 in the room, being 16 was a long time ago. However, many of us got our first taste of politics. We had the opportunity to meet people in elected office. I know that I did, but we didn't have the opportunity to express ourselves. And we want to engage young people in the political process. Look at what's happening today with social justice, Black Lives Matters around the country. These are initiatives that are being pushed by young people. And we need to encourage that. We need to nurture that. And ultimately, they will be in our places leading this country as elected officials. So thank you very much. And thank you all for pushing for this.
Thank you. And at this time, we will now move towards our presentation by the San Francisco Youth Commission. And so I will turn this over to the Youth Commission to provide that. And I know that this may be presented by several members, and please definitely identify yourself prior to speaking.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, my fellow youth commissioners. I'm Jillian Wu, the District 1 Youth Commissioner and Vice Chair of the Youth Commission. I'm honored to be able to present about Vote 16 before you all today. So the effort began actually when both the Board of Supervisors and the Youth Commission passed resolutions on this issue in 2005, although it never really went anywhere until the Youth Commission created and passed a resolution January last year. This was after noticing the incredibly strong youth participation in the November 2014 ballot, which half the ballot issues directly affected youth in the city, although they were not able to vote on it. Right now, the United States has incredibly poor voter turnouts, especially compared to other established democracies, where our average is around 40 to 60% versus the 80 to 90% in many other countries. Nationally, we are at the lowest level since World War II, and sadly, San Francisco is not immune to this, where last November, we only had 45% of registered voters come out to vote. Right now, everyone knows that 18 to 29-year-olds have the lowest voter turnout of any age group nationally. And San Francisco has its own aging electorate, where the current age is 45.8 and is only increasing. Incidentally, San Francisco's lowest voter turnout is in the two neighborhoods where we have the most families of youth and children, which is the Bayview and Visitation Valley. And many children in San Francisco are in households where their parents cannot vote. We have a lot of research that went into why 16 and 17-year-olds should be able to vote. And I will be going over some of these. I'll be going over briefly, so if there are any questions of clarification or details of anything I've said, I'll be open to answering them after the presentation. So research shows that voting is habitual, and that once someone casts their first vote, they will most likely continue voting, and the younger that someone starts voting, the more likely they are to be a lifelong voter. 16 is also a better age to begin to voting than age 18. Most 18-year-olds are going through a lot of transition in their lives, where they're either leaving the foster care system or high school or going off to college, and many of us do tend to leave the city for college. And currently, because of these transitions that we have in our lives, many delay beginning voting until our late 20s or even after. And whereas at 16, most young people are embedded in communities where they care about the issues and where they have ability to reach out to resources and people and discuss the local issues that are happening. It also shows that in countries and cities where 16 and 17-year-olds are able to vote, they register and turn out at a greater rate than that of older voters. Also, 16 and 17-year-old voting also increases voter turnout in older voters. Research shows that the effects of a civic education curriculum that includes mock voting finds parent turnout increasing by 3 to 5% in the first year, and that 16 and 17-year-old voting has a trickle-up effect where they bring home these discussions and these issues and talk about it with their family members and encourage them to start thinking about these issues and thinking about what their opinion is on it, since they are able to make a change through their vote. 16 and 17-year-olds are also very prepared to vote. Teens today, we have so much access to knowledge and so many outlets where we can talk about different social issues and debate and learn more. And research also shows that 16-year-olds' political knowledge is about the same as the average adults, and that 16 and 17-year-olds psychologically have the intellectual maturity to make these responsible voting choices, and that many civic responsibilities happen when you're 16, whether it's driving, working about hours, or paying taxes. Through a youth vote student survey that for 2015-2016, 74% of youth participating said that they would either absolutely or most likely register to vote if they had the opportunity at age 16 and 17. 16 and 17-year-olds are also incredibly active in San Francisco already. The Youth Commission is in its 20th year. There are many children and teenagers who participate in different groups after school. The Children Youth Fund includes Youth Empowerment Fund, which gives money to youth-led projects. All the youth and teenagers out here today to give public comment and express their opinions and support for this issue. 16 and 17-year-olds in San Francisco are just so incredibly active and so incredibly passionate about the things they do, and having the ability to vote would just give them a greater voice on the government level. Also, the San Francisco Unified School District is preparing students to vote. Not only have they given us unanimous support of this initiative, last month they passed a resolution to enhance voter registration and education throughout the district in the required American democracy curriculum. So we are currently joining a lot of other efforts to expand and protect voting rights. Since 2008, we've seen a lot of states start voter suppression, where they make it more difficult for voters of color and young voters to come out and vote. But California has been working to increase voter rights with pre-registration for 16 and 17-year-olds, automatic registration for public college students, and the inclusion of 16 and 17-year-olds in statewide school election boards. Other cities such as Richmond, Berkeley, and Washington, D.C. are also working on these efforts to lower the voting age for their local elections. In conclusion, we know that a strong voter turnout is at the cornerstone of building a healthy democracy, and that the case for allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in local elections is an incredibly strong one, as it will build lifelong voters and strengthen our democracy. We believe in educating and engaging these young people in their rights and responsibilities in voting as one of the best ways to encourage and protect the right of voting, and that San Francisco has this incredible opportunity to be the first major city in the United States to include 16 and 17-year-olds in municipal elections. And in doing so, we're allowing young San Franciscans a voice and the ability to shape our city's future on another level. We would like to thank all of our supporters and our endorsers for all the help and the support they have been through this journey of the Vote 16 initiative. So thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Okay, and Supervisor Avalos.
I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, and you're taking on responsibility on behalf of all the other youth commissioners to make the presentation, and great job.
Thank you.
Well done, Commissioner Wu.
Thank you. So is there another presentation of any additional information from any other youth commissioners?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, now at Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. We also have present the Director of the Department of Elections, John Arns. He's here. I'm not sure if he has a statement, but he's here available to answer any questions. And maybe, I'm not seeing him rise, so maybe he's not here. We also have two members of the Board of Education here. As mentioned, President Matt Haney and Commissioner Sandy Fewer, and I want to open up space for them as well to come and speak if you have comments.
President Haney and Board Member Sandy Fewer, welcome to the Chamber.
Thank you very much. I'm Sandra Lee Fewer. I'm a Commissioner on the San Francisco Board of Education.
Matt Haney, President of the Board of Education.
We'd just like to thank Commissioner Wu for her presentation and also to lend our support to Vote 16. The San Francisco Unified School District voted unanimously in support of Vote 16. And already mentioned by Commissioner Wu is that we also did unanimously pass a resolution encouraging students to exercise their voting rights. And that means that we have already set up a mechanism in which to teach voter registration, voter education to our students in American democracy classes, and also have a mechanism in which to register them to vote.
I want to say thank you to Supervisor Avalos for bringing this forward. It's really incredible to see the leadership of our young people, of our Youth Commission, and to see it actualized here today with a full commission meeting with the Board of Supervisors. I think if there's any doubt in our mind that our young people are prepared to exercise their voice in our elections, they've disproven that through this process and the way they've brought this forward. They've demonstrated how serious they are. They've shown that they're not just ready, but they're already leading in their communities. And so we, as the school district, we witness their leadership and their brilliance every day. We know that they're prepared for this. We know that we need their voice in our city governance, and we're also prepared as a school district to do our part to make sure that we are registering young people to vote in our classrooms when they're juniors and seniors in high school, and that we're preparing them through integrating into our curriculum the voter registration process, the local election process, American democracy, so that we really actualize the true benefit of this opportunity, which is to have our young people, when they're 16 and 17, all of the young people who are here who are students, to actually have them with us so we can support them in their participation, because we know that we need their voice. And you'll hear so many more reasons when you hear them tonight as to why not only should we do this, we need to do this. This is a huge opportunity for San Francisco to lead, and San Francisco Unified School District is fully in support.
I would also like to mention that from where Commissioner Haney and I sit, when we see our students and we visit our classrooms, and if you haven't, I encourage you to do so, we see brilliance. We see students who are engaged. We see students who are interested. And we also see students that are anxious to vote, to represent their families when some members of their family cannot vote. And so to have this voice in municipal elections it's a really strong statement, I think, to say that we include the voices of everyone in our democracy. And also, our students are young. They're young voters. And what we found is, what research shows, is that voting is a habit. The average age of a voter now is 46 years old. And I think that we need to change that. Civic engagement starts early. And as we send our youth off to college, they'll be even more active as college students, but they'll have this added knowledge of their responsibility to be part of the governance of where they live. And also, I encourage them to actively be able to vote for school board members. Thank you very much.
I see that the Director of the Department of Elections, John Arndt, just walked in. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. I don't have anything prepared, but I assume you want to know if we could implement the change to include voters who are under 18. And we could. It would take a lot of change in the processes and also in the registration system that we have, because everything is based on voters being 18 and over. So even the database that holds the information from which we draw information for formatting the ballots and reporting results and things like that would have to undergo some modifications. And the challenge there, and why we can't really give a cost at this point, is the state now is about to implement a statewide database, so it's not just a local registration pool of information, but it's a statewide pool of information. So as we're pulling from the data to run elections for locally for a certain set of voters, that will have to be modified at the state level as well, not just locally. I'm sure it's done. We'll have to figure out how to modify the roster of voters, the poll workers, giving some cards to certain sets of voters versus giving all cards to voters. So there will be some things to work out going forward, but as we move forward, we probably give a cost estimate once we get a sense of what needs to change as far as the registration database and things like that are concerned.
Just a follow-up question. So just to be clear, I realize that if we're passing this on a local level, that means that on a state and federal level, we would not be able to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in those particular elections and would need to have separate ballots for local measures and local candidates only.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you would need to make changes to the system.
Yes.
Do you think, would this be a problem with the state, the Secretary of State? Have we done any work with communicating with the Secretary of State of whether or not we can legally do this and they wouldn't challenge our city if we move this forward?
No. And right now the statewide database is just now being implemented. So the impetus has been to get that database developed and get it started statewide. There hasn't really been conversation about modifications and then also about any sort of potential legal restrictions on making a modification on a local level on the statewide system. So the answer is no.
The answer is no, we haven't gotten...
Yeah, I have not approached Secretary of State's office at this time asking if the database or if voting, if there's any restrictions on changing voting because of having a 16 or 17-year-old voter base in San Francisco.
Thank you. I'm going to Supervisor Avalos.
Yes, I just have you got an estimate of the number of people who will be registering and voting as 16 and 17-year-olds in San Francisco? Is there a number you've been looking at?
No,
I think the Youth Commission found it to be about 13,000 people.
Yeah, I think we came with that number ourselves, looking at the census information, and that's an estimate. And I don't know how the Youth Commission. I don't remember really how we came about the number. So right now, it seems like a good estimate would be 10 to 13,000.
And then, what's the overall number of people who are voting in San Francisco? How many people are? What's our
450,000.
450,000. So
registered voters.
So 10,000 out of 450,000, which is less than 1%.
I'm director of elections now.
Right. So I think it's really important to be able to note that with the Youth Commission presentation, the focus was really on increasing turnout and civic participation and participation in our elections. That is really what we're trying to do with this small, number of people per election cycle, is to make sure that they get into the habit and they have an experience of voting when they're in a stable community, a stable household, when they're in school, where there's these things happening. And that's just want to make sure that as you talk about the numbers, that we know it's a really small number. That's really the goal is greater participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Director Arntz, nice to see you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this special meeting. I think it's historic, right, Supervisor Avalos? The first of its kind. Director Arntz, I think you might have touched on this a little bit in your answer to President Breed's questions. I'm a little bit more interested in the process and how we would actually implement something like this. And I am also very sensitive to the cost that would be associated to implementing this vote. And then I'm wondering, we haven't really talked about. We talked about the right to vote. Will they also have the ability to contribute to campaigns as well?
Yeah, that latter question, I don't know. That would be more of a ethics question, or maybe
Here, I'll direct that to the city attorney just
Giverton.
after.
Yeah.
But for you, like, what is the process? How do we implement such a system?
Well, we'd have to run 2 elections essentially. So we'd have to separate out the folks who are under 18 and voting only for local offices and develop materials and ballots for those voters specifically.
So we're talking about the voter pamphlet, right? Would there be a special ballot that would also be just issued to the young voter? Or
If it was not a consolidated election, no. But then yes. If it was not a consolidated election, then yeah, we'd have to have a separate ballot. Because, like, for instance, this June primary that's upcoming, we have local measures, but we also have federal and state offices and one state measure. So we'd have to separate the local from the state and the federal. And I don't know how far I guess this would cover community college as well. I don't know. So if community college were included in this charter amendment, then that would go into the local. But if it didn't, then that would have to be separated as well. And then the materials that we send to the voters would probably have to be modified to give the correct information, because you don't want to give people the sense that all the information on the ballots is available to them if only a certain amount is. So we'd probably have to develop a different sort of voter guide. Then the process of the polls, we have to look at that, because the poll workers have to be able to know what ballots to give to which voters. So, I mean, there'd be really the whole voting process would have to be reviewed, and there'd be a lot of modifications to make along the way to put this into effect.
how quickly would we be able to implement a system like this?
Not this year. So we'd have to. We really, for me, I mean, right now we're right in the middle of the presidential cycle. In 2017 is when we could really begin to look at this.
Have you begun to cost out or get any kind of cost estimates on what the additional cost will be to implement a system?
Not really. I don't want to throw a number out there. And really, right now, the one and President Breed brought up, we have to approach the Secretary of State's office and ask that office about the potential impact on the statewide database. And we have to get some sort of development done on that for us to be able to use the database for younger voters. So,
are there younger voters in the database? I mean, we would have to register them, right?
They'd be active. Right now they can register, but they're on a pending status until they turn 18 and they're eligible to vote. So right now they can be entered in the system, but they're not active voters. So we have to change that so they'd be active, but in a different category of active versus now how the system's set up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say it's really exciting to see all the youth here with us today and to be able to sit with all of you actually on the board floor. So I want to thank our board for making that happen. And I do consider myself a youth commissioner of sorts on this board, having joined at age 29. But I do have a couple of questions. I think this might be directed more towards our school board members. So I know that there was a resolution that was passed regarding the American democracy curriculum, and I just wanted to confirm this is a course that is taught in the senior year of high school. Is that accurate?
American democracy is normally taught in senior year.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And so I guess my follow-up question would be that, would there be a concern that as we are trying to develop a curriculum to prepare our students to be able to actively participate in elections earlier on in their life, that, this is in senior year and potentially they would have to move on to college pretty shortly thereafter. So is there a way to potentially prepare students even earlier than that?
Yeah, absolutely. We have many required courses in civics. For example, our U.S. history course, we could actually interject it in that. Our students are also eligible to take ethnic studies. That also could include a voter education component to it also. Commissioner Haney?
Yeah, and I think that there are other things that we can do. We can have big assemblies where we register folks to vote, or we could do voter education. We can bring people in. So I think that we would integrate it specifically into the American democracy course in detail, and then we would also try to put it into other courses and then have other opportunities throughout the school year to be able to provide both the voter education and the voter registration.
Yes. Also, I think it's important to note that we also do youth vote also, and so that happens during high school years, not just as for seniors.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President. Also, welcome to all the youth commissioners. It's great to have a really full chamber here today. So, a couple of things, just some comments in terms of the questioning of Director Arntz. Because we are very unlikely to have an election in 2017, we don't have an election currently scheduled in 2017, thanks to a charter amendment that we placed on the ballot and the voters overwhelmingly passed. I believe between if this were to pass in November, the department would have 19 months to prepare. Is that right?
I didn't read the amendment before I came up here, actually, so I don't remember the time frame.
If this charter amendment were to pass, assuming that there are local elections, local offices on the June 2018 ballot, if this were to pass in November of 2016, because we don't have an election in 2017, you would have basically a year and a half plus at minimum to prepare whatever systems you need to have in place to administer 16 and 17-year-old voting. Is that?
Yes. I mean, right now there's no scheduled elections in 2017,
right.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if there were to be a special election, of course, that could change things. And then in terms of separate ballots, right now, because there are still 2 closed primaries for Party Central Committee and for President, you already have to sort of prepare those separate ballots, and poll workers have to determine, does this person get a Republican ballot or a Democratic ballot or a Green Party ballot? And so different people everyone gets certain portions of the ballot, and then different people get different portions, right?
Yes.
Would this be measurably different from that? And obviously it's a different criteria, but in terms of having some people get an extra page or a different page, it's sort of, it doesn't seem that different.
No, it's similar to what occurs now. But it would be more stuff for the poll workers to handle, and also for the polls to receive. And again, I'm not saying it's impossible, and I'm not saying that there's nothing that's similar. But it will be a change in many instances.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a change. I just my own view is that whatever one's view on the merits of Vote 16, the administration of it does not strike me as particularly problematic. So.
Oh, okay.
I'm not the one doing the election, of course, but you guys do a great job, so I'm sure you'll figure out how to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I just want to briefly, again, echo my comments, the comments of my colleagues welcoming the Youth Commission to the Board of Supervisors Chamber. It is history in the making, and I'm very proud. I know of my own District 9 Youth Commissioner, Giovanna Soto. But, as I look at this issue, and I know for many of my colleagues, there are probably questions that arise in terms of the viability, legality of this issue, and I think that we'll have plenty of time, as Supervisor Weiner noted, if this makes it to the ballot. But I think it's also about, for us, not just whether you specifically agree with the substance of the proposition, but whether or not you agree that voters should have the ability to decide. Placing it on the ballot does not mean that you actually endorse the idea. My hope is that people will endorse the idea. I certainly endorse it and support it. But I think that beyond that, I think that the key thing here is, should voters in San Francisco have the ability to decide whether or not this makes sense for San Francisco? And I think that irrespective of where you fall on that we should err on the side of giving voters that chance. And that's what I hope happens eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. A question to the city attorneys. Deputy City Attorney John Givner. Hi, Mr. Givner. I have just a couple questions, because I think this is a good, interesting debate, policy discussion that we're having. But I do have some questions about the legality. We heard from Director Arntz that we haven't quite checked in with former Senator Alex Padilla, who is now Secretary of State. And the California Constitution requires that a person be 18 years of age or older in order to vote. And courts have previously determined that local governments cannot expand or extend, in this part of the conversation, extend the right to vote to those who are not granted the right in the California state constitution. So just as they can't choose to restrict, we cannot choose, localities cannot choose to include or disenfranchise or franchise those who have rights under the California Constitution. Could you please opine on this piece of legislation?
Deputy City Attorney John Givner. So, as with all ordinances and charter amendments and proposed ballot measures considered by this board, my office will approve any proposal as to form if it can be defended with colorable arguments in court. As you know, our office signed this piece of legislation, and you can take that as an indication that it is legally defensible. We regularly provide the board with confidential written advice in advance of hearings on any legal issues that have come up in public discussion or that we have uncovered in our research. And of course, the question of the California Constitution setting the voting age at 18 is a question that has been raised in the context of this charter amendment. We've advised you on it confidentially, and I think that's all I could say at this point.
Thank you. Enough said.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Peskin.
President Breed, Chair Avalos, members of this body and the Youth Commission, I'm delighted that...
You rise to...
I do rise. I'm actually standing up, Madam President. I'm delighted that we voted unanimously to hold this unprecedented joint hearing. I cannot remember any other time in my decade and a half in and out of this body that we've held joint hearings with any other body. And as I've been thinking about this, and I come to this, and I've talked to a few of my colleagues without violating the Brown Act, I come to this with an inclination to vote against it, but as I said to somebody, a 50% open mind. And I think about this in the long arc of history, where we live in a country where at a certain point in time, only property owners could vote. And at a later point in time, women got the franchise. And when I was on the board a decade ago, we actually took a run at having individuals be able to vote in school board races who were not citizens of the United States of America, which ultimately did not pass. And I am remarkably compelled by the notion that getting people to start voting and investing in the political process early is the right thing to do. And I do agree it is habitual. It was when people ask what my party registration is, I say my parents were Democrats. I was born a Democrat. I will always be a Democrat. It's like being Jewish. It's just the way I was born. But I want to, through President Breed, pose a question to the author of this charter amendment, which is, did you consider the possibility, because I think it would meet my fundamental test, which is bending the arc of history to expanding voter rights and participation, and investing people in the process. So my question to Supervisor Avalos through the President is whether there was any consideration of starting this cutting-edge San Francisco, as usual, leading the way effort with starting with school board races as the first step. That is my question.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I will rise to answer that question.
It's just not the same when, but go ahead.
I am actually standing up, though. So, this was a measure that came to us from the Youth Commission. And that was Josh Cardenas, who was my appointee on the Youth Commission, was the the one who brought this into the discourse of the Youth Commission, and then the Youth Commission brought it to the Board of Supervisors. And so what I have done in terms of Youth Commission being an advisory body to the board was taking up their legislation at their request. And so their request was to actually have young people vote in municipal elections. And that's where I wanted to start as well. It made a lot of sense that here at City Hall, it's not just the school district that makes decisions for young people, but there are all kinds of decisions that are made for young people here in the board chamber and in our departments that don't always, they make their own rules about how they interact with young people. So to me, it made sense that we extend this right to vote for young people to have a say-so in all the institutions that they interact with here in San Francisco, and that was where I started from.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin, are you going to do some follow-up?
So first of all, I was remiss in not acknowledging the phenomenal work of the Youth Commissioner from District 3, Erica Kong, to my left, who actually represents me in any number of community forums for which I am eternally grateful because, as we know, we have limited amounts of staff resource, so thank you, Commissioner Kong, for that. But I wanted to also pose that same question to Chair Avalos or the appropriate member of your body relative to the notion that I just forwarded. I understand that you have come forward with the entire package of municipal elections, but wanted to hear your response to the notion that I set forth a few moments earlier.
Which is, can you repeat it specifically?
That notion is, how would the Youth Commission feel about starting this effort off with participation in school board elections as opposed to all municipal elections?
Chair Avalos.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Peskin, for that question. And through the President, I will answer it. So, as Supervisor Avalos previously mentioned, this was a resolution that was brought forth by his appointee last year, Joshua Cardenas. We brought this motion forward with the hope that it would be implemented on the school board and also the city and county level. There has been talk whether perhaps it is best to start with the school board or what the strategy will be, but our original intent was to bring this to the city and county as full, including the school board, including the board of trustees for City College, and including local ballot measures.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Supervisor Peskin? Thank you. And Supervisor Marr.
I'm just going to step around this side and just say that I'm so pleased that all of the young leaders are here with us. I did want to acknowledge from Chair Avalos that the immigrant rights community-based organizations are engaged in a discussion about the issue of expanding voting rights for immigrant parents of youth that are in the school district. So I think that's an ongoing discussion, not just here in San Francisco, but expanding democracy for immigrant parents throughout this country. And Kathy Cole from our Immigrant Rights Coalition, Immigrant Rights Commission, and Victor Lim from my office are convening the meetings to have that discussion. But I just acknowledge that besides Supervisor Avalos and Chair Avalos, the Youth Commission is showing tremendous courage and leadership for moving this forward. And as Supervisor Campos mentioned, voters should be allowed to decide this despite potential legal challenges that John Givner, our attorney, just mentioned. But I think it's a moment of possibility where youth can organize, like young people who were being drafted during the Vietnam War, who were 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, organize on a national level with the anti-war movement. But you have this opportunity to show how right and ready to go you are. Jeff Adachi mentioned his daughter at 15 is so sharp. I'll just say my 16-year-old often can cut through the political bullshit that I can't see sometimes, and she can see things that I cannot, and I think she's totally ready to vote as well. So I just wanted to encourage not just kind of our leadership like Jillian Wu from our Richmond district, but also the other youth to see for 16 and 17-year-olds to build allies with the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds and the adults to build a movement that can show San Francisco can do this. And it's going to start here, whether it happens this election or in the future. But I just wanted to give props for the courage to move something forward if that's about expanding democracy. And thanks to Supervisor Avalos and the Youth Commission for bringing us all together.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr, and his use of profanity is in no way encouraged by our youth that are here today. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I'm in no position to criticize Supervisor Peskin about standing up, so I'm short myself. But what I would say is that to Supervisor Peskin, through the chair, that my understanding, without really delving into the issues implicated, is that for purposes of the viability, legality, I'm not sure that the question of Board of Education elections or municipal elections really matters in terms of that question. And so my hope would be that we would try to put on the ballot something that is as expansive as possible. That we allow for the involvement of municipal elections, because I do think that there's an argument that we as a charter city have the ability to do that. And to the extent that there's a question about whether or not there's more legal viability with the Board of Education race, if there is any legal challenge, the courts could actually find portion of the law as it relates to that valid or legal. But I think that we should be expansive in sort of what we put out there, and to the extent that there are any limitations, let the courts decide that. But our goal should be to get young people involved in as many aspects of our municipal operations as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Lai?
That's Commissioner Lee.
Lee?
Thank you,
Sorry about
Supervisor Tang. Hi, I'm Commissioner Lee, District 4. I just want to thank everyone for being here today and thank the board for taking the time to have this joint meeting and sharing your space with us. So I have a question for the Board of Education. I know they mentioned that they were going to add a voting curriculum into the American democracy class, and I was wondering what that curriculum would consist of specifically, whether it would just be about voting registration and voting history, or whether it will also be about voter issues and ballot issues that are on the ballot this year. Thank you.
I think they had to leave, so unfortunately I don't think we have a representative from the school board to be able to answer your questions, but I think it's a great question. I definitely think that work should be done with the school district to, if this goes to the voters and if it passes, definitely there should be changes to the curriculum to make adjustments so that people are prepared for their responsibility when they vote at age 16. And we're happy to follow up with the school board on that particular question. Thank you, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you.
With that, Supervisor Yee?
I don't know if I want to rise, but I guess I should. Just for Supervisor Peskin.
It just doesn't have the same impact.
I know. But for a senior to rise is a big deal.
Okay, all right. That's a good one, Supervisor Yee.
Well, first of all, thank you, Supervisor Avalos, for bringing this forward. And thank you, commissioners, for coming here today and joining us and expressing your views on this. There's a couple of things I want to say. First of all, when it comes to preparing students, the school district actually does a good job of that because, as you know, if you went through it in probably every school, every high school and middle school, they actually do vote in their school elections. It's not like it's a brand new, oh my God, what is voting? I mean, the students actually know about voting. They know that that people do run for different offices and they get to vote on it. So that's number one. There's going to be some criticisms of some people that don't maybe have never worked with their own children or something. But for me personally, I have two girls. They were ready to vote at 16. My younger one was actually, she was a youth commissioner at 12. She was on a school board as a student delegate, and I watched the student delegates when I was sitting on the school board for 8 years, making decisions and having their views, expressing their views, and these are young people. So for me to, I've seen and witnessed young people being capable of making decisions and asking the right questions. I actually have, in my district, a youth commission, a youth council made up of young people, mostly high school. And when they have discussions, you could tell that they would be as engaged as any adult that I could think of in terms of how they view things and how they express and how they ask the right questions. In fact, for a program that I have in my own district, which is called a participatory budgeting program, where people get to vote on and make decisions on how to spend money, I actually but that program allows for 16 and older to vote on it. So people are getting practice, they get involved. I just want to say this, that anybody that has doubt that a 16, 17-year-old is not ready to vote, please lay aside those doubts, because I've seen and witnessed a lot of young people that are capable. I've seen a lot of adults that are not capable. So, it all balances out. So, and I'm here to say that at the end of the day, I'm going to be sitting right next to my appointee here, Jessica, that I will be supporting this proposition.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, President Breed. And I do also want to acknowledge and thank the Youth Commission for their work on this charter amendment. You started this over a year ago, and it's been a tremendous process. And I think that there are larger state constitutional issues that we need to work out. But I think here locally in the city, it is important for us to take a position in supporting and the expansion of our voting electorate. I want to concur with the comments of Supervisor Yee, who I served on the Board of Education with. We have really seen the tremendous leadership, intelligence, and civic engagement of our 16 and 17-year-olds through our work on the Board of Education. And I just have to say that I concur. I think that while there may be 16 and 17-year-olds that are not ready to vote and make informed decisions, there are frankly plenty of 18-plus-year-olds that are in the same boat. I'm not sure that age is really the reason that we shouldn't expand who our voting electorate is in this case. And I also want to say that the research that the Youth Commission presented today is incredibly compelling. To have young people stably in place in a home, in their community, in schools, starting the behavior of voting on a regular basis, I think is incredibly important. And I do think 18-year-old, when you turn 18, it can be a very transitional time. If you are going to college, moving out of your house, getting a job, that is a very difficult year actually to register to vote. And I think many of us here in this room probably experienced that. I moved across country when I was 18 years old, and I didn't know where I should register to vote, either at home or in my new locality. But I think if young people have already registered in their home, they can continue to register locally, or they might even re-register where they have moved to. But I do think that we have incredibly low voter turnout here in this country, and we should be doing everything that we can to expand and institute good voting behavior. And school is really a great time to begin doing that. Here in SFUSD, I got to see our Youth Vote curriculum and program as it started. And they do an amazing job. Actually, Peter Lauterborn, who was with Supervisor Eric Marr's office, led that program for SFUSD and the Youth Commission. And the curriculum, the voter registration work, and also the youth vote was really amazing to watch. And what better time to vote than when you're actually taking American government and civics classes? I think many of us as adults don't even remember many of the things that we learned in high school. But to do it at that time, I think, is incredibly exciting. And hopefully, maybe even gets the parents to vote as well when they see their children voting at home. So I just wanted to express my support for this charter amendment. I am a co-sponsor with Supervisor John Avalos, and I do encourage my colleagues here today, if you have not signed out as a co-sponsor, to do so.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you very much. I'll be honest, I struggled with this measure for a while, and I think there are, good arguments on both sides of it. The more that I really dug into it and thought about it and just started talking to people and getting feedback from people of all ages, I'm inclined to support this measure. I have, over time, met many 16 and 17-year-olds who are every bit as articulate and engaged and passionate as any adult. And I'll be honest, if you look at the number of 40 and 50-year-olds who deny climate change and claim claim President Obama is not a citizen of this country, I don't think it's a joke, but it's sort of not in terms of what people think and sometimes some of the information that people claim to be truth, which we know is not truth. And so I don't think that age is always the best proxy for how knowledgeable someone is. I agree with Supervisor Kim that there are clearly some 16 and 17-year-olds who are not yet ready, but there are many who are, and I suspect that the ones who are not ready are probably going to be a lot less likely to actually vote. And it seems to me that for those who are ready, it would be a shame not to get people engaged at an early age. I think that when it comes to who can vote, I think it is best to err on the side of being broader rather than less broad. And so those are my thoughts.
Thank you. And I just want to let supervisors and commissioners know we still definitely need to open it up to public comment. And I'd like to also encourage any members of the commission, if they have comments, that this is a meeting that, of course, we want to hear from you rather than the members of the board, but I will call on Supervisor Cohen at this time.
Thank you very much, President Breed, because my question is actually through the chair. Chair Avalos, if I may direct my question to Commissioner Galliano. I would love to talk to her and hear a little bit about the support, her outreach, and her involvement in this measure in the last year that she's been on the Youth Commission.
Thank you, through the President Breed. Bull, thank you, Supervisor Cohen, for that question. And well, first things first, I'm a youth commissioner, and I didn't even know that one existed. So, speaking to that, I think that being on the Youth Commission, for one thing, is a privilege. It's a blessing. It's a really good opportunity to get into city politics and what actually goes on in the city, because first things first, I didn't even know that a youth commission existed, what the Board of Supervisors did, and what just really happened at City Hall. And just being inside of it gives me a different perspective, and I can only imagine what that else can do to our young people. And you know, one of the many challenges that youth face, you know, at 16, at 15, in your teen years, is that people are always making decisions about you and for you. You know, and it's mostly because you're at that age, or, you know, ageism, or you think that people think that you're young, and so you don't know this and that. But, you know, I think that today we live in a world where so many changes are happening, and through Facebook, through the media, we are very, very well informed of what is actually going on, not just in our city, but in our country, as we all know, in our presidential elections that are also coming up. So for me personally, I didn't personally work on this initiative. In the past year, past Commissioner Joshua started this initiative, which I think was great. And for our other youth fellow commissioners that have been working on this initiative, I'm very proud of you guys and the hard work that you have put into this. I've also been on the side of policymaking with Project What also, who is here today. It takes years to just see an issue go. It's one thing to advocate, and it's another to actually see it happen and go through, and you're right there and see the successfulness of it. So to me, it's very important.
Thank you. And that was District 10, ladies and gentlemen, Bayview Hunters Point.
Yes, we know. Drop the mic.
Right.
Chair Avalos.
Thank you, President Breed. And through the President, I'd like to state, actually, my personal reasons for supporting this ballot measure and possible charter amendment down the line. So, when I first originally heard about this issue, I will admit publicly, I had some second thoughts about it as to whether it was really the right thing to do and whether it was something that actually made sense. And I kept an open mind. I kept my eyes and ears open to the different arguments. People had said 16 is too young. People said 16-year-olds are too immature. And, there's valid points on both sides, but I think what really moved me to really come here today and really support all the advocates, all the youth, all the 16 and 17-year-olds who are ready and eager to vote is the enthusiasm and the courage that they have shown since this was brought to the Board of Supervisors. I have never seen so many young people with such charisma, such intelligence, and such dedication to civics. And it's unfortunate that at times their civic participation is limited just because of simply their age. And I have seen how their leadership has inspired others to do the same. And to go back on something that was brought up earlier by Supervisor Marr regarding undocumented immigrants and, their capability in voting, I'd like to speak to that a little bit, actually. As we heard previously from the research presented by Vice Chair Wu, 1 in 3 SFUSD students has an immigrant parent. And I will say this publicly and with pride, my brother and I are an example of that statistic. For people who are born in the United States and for people who have been fortunate enough to go through the process of naturalization, voting is a right that can't be taken away. It's guaranteed in the Constitution. But for people who are undocumented like me, even with the protections here with the sanctuary city laws, voting is not just a right, but it's a distinguished privilege. And for people like me who really want to get involved, it's a limitation that it's something that will just have to be down the line, be taken care of in and of its own. But for 16-year-olds who are born into mixed families, who have parents who are undocumented, this is a chance to empower not just them, but their families. It's a way to give their families a voice for hope and a voice for empowerment. My younger brother, who's a high school student right now, would be able to take advantage of this if this passes. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't have a lot of faith in the democratic process, and that is a real problem, and I think we can all agree on that. Given that so many people have not taken advantage of this privilege and this right to vote, to cast a ballot and be part of the democratic process, a lot of people have actually dwindled their participation. And this is an effort to really combat that and switch things around. And like I have said, there's some confusion perhaps of letting someone who is 16 and isn't a U.S. citizen, and perhaps they can vote for 16 and 17, and then once they're 18, it might be taken away. I would like to really, make it clear that these are two issues in and of its own, and they deserve their own, discourse. But for me, this is a way to empower people who often are not able to, cast their voice. Latinos, African Americans, minorities all alike, we are often, barred through so many things like poverty and discrimination and racism that we just feel like voting isn't the thing for us to do. We're occupied with so many other things in life that voting just comes as, well, it's not going to make a difference. So, in conclusion, I just want to say that this measure truly is something I support because I see it as the first stepping stone into empowering not just young people, but immigrants from all backgrounds.
Thank you, and well said, Chair Avalos. With that, and seeing no other names on the roster, I would like to open this meeting up to public comment. If you'd like to provide public comment on this particular item, please line up to my left and come forward. You will have 2 minutes. First speaker. Don't everyone all come at once.
I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
You want anything to eat?
I'm good.
You all right?
Thank you.
I'm going to fill up my...
I'm glad that you texted Sean.
All right, first speaker.
Very proud of you.
Just cut in line. Go ahead. Anybody.
Hello.
Yes. Welcome. We got our first speaker.
Hello. My name is Shannon Ong, and I'm a sophomore at Academy High School. Every day, all of us, regardless of our age, makes decisions. And throughout the course of our lives, we have had to make choices that have shaped, in some way or another, the future that all of us have imagined for ourselves. In 2014, I was diagnosed with late-stage lupus, an autoimmune disease that nearly took my life. And because of that, I was forced to make a choice, to put my dreams of playing baseball at a professional level as secondary. Instead, I now focus on helping others with the same condition. My decision has taken me away from the future I once believed I could have. But despite our age, all of us in this room have made decisions, large or small, that we regard as important. There are issues like the city housing crisis and the issue of police brutality that affect youth and their families directly. Yet, youth have no voice to help make decisions on these problems. Right now, we're not asking you to grant us the ability to vote on national or controversial issues. The voices you will hear today are only some of the youth that are not only capable of, but deserve a voice in their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
To the chairs, I'm not sure that I heard a call for public comment on non-agenda items.
Yes, we went into a 5 o'clock special order meeting, and when we reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, we will have general public comment.
I'm speaking about item 2 on the Youth Commission agenda, which says public comment on items
We
not
haven't
on
we
the
haven't
agenda.
commented. We haven't called that particular item yet.
So you're taking item 3 before item 2 then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and Youth Commission. My name is Lindsay Schlacks, and I am a government and politics teacher at the Ruth Asawa San Francisco School of the Arts here in San Francisco. And many of my students are actually here right now. I've been a government and politics teacher for the past 8 years, and this work is my absolute passion. And every year, without fail, as I teach about the amazing possibilities of our political system and government, my students say to me, "I wish I could vote." Every single year. And they follow each election closely. They know that the outcome is going to affect them for years to come. They volunteer at the polls. They help register voters on campus and off campus. They know that they're qualified to make these informed decisions about who should represent them in government and about what laws should be in place. And yet they're denied the right to vote, and that's wrong. We have the opportunity with this campaign to help ensure that the next generation starts their voting experience the way we hope everyone will, with an educated decision and the knowledge that their voice matters. The way you start something matters. This generation of students is fired up about our political system. They want to know, they know what they want, they know why it matters, and they deserve a voice in the future. I really look forward to the day where I can teach about elections and politics and government and help students evaluate these issues from every angle and then high-five them as they go to the polls for the first time as voters. One of the things I care the most about in education is relevant curriculum, and what better way to make that happen than to ensure that our civics education helps prepare students to vote while they're in school and while they're taking those classes. I encourage you strongly to vote in favor of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Oliver York. I am a youth leader of Vote 16. I'm on Supervisor Yee's student council, and so I'd like to thank all of the supervisors that have been willing to meet with us over the last 2 years now for your open-mindedness and your support. I'd like to start off by just addressing one question, which is the question of whether or not we should have this be for school board elections only. I am so lucky to go to a private school, as are 1/3 of young adults in San Francisco. And so I believe that if this were to be school board only, we would not really be opening access and engagement and opening the opportunity for learning through voting to 1/3 of all of the students in San Francisco. I started working on Vote 16 2 years ago in the fall of 2014. That year, more than half of the ballot measures directly influenced young people, including the Golden Gate Park renovation, the Children's Fund, and the soda tax, among many others. And I asked some of my friends who were seniors, or actually had just gone off to college, "Are you going to vote?" And they told me they didn't know how. They hadn't registered. They had forgotten that it was a thing. And so these are some of the most thoughtful people that I knew, some of the people that I looked up to, and I was shocked that they were not voting. And so that proved to me that there's something wrong with the way that we're teaching young people to vote. And I think that Vote 16 is really a crucial step towards opening access and opening engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Polina Florova. I'm a senior at Camp Alindo High School, and you may wonder where Camp Alindo High is. It's not located here in the city. I commute an hour, weekly essentially, to attend the meetings and to participate in any way I can in furthering this movement, because I believe that this is one of the most important movements going on here in the area as of today. I was actually late today, unfortunately, and I couldn't arrive as early as I possibly could because I had APs. I had an AP yesterday, and I have an AP test tomorrow, and one on Thursday, and one on Monday after that, and one on Thursday after that. And I was actually also helping out with an AP today to ensure that all of my peers in advanced art classes could, put together their portfolio successfully and ship it off to the college board, which essentially decides if we go on to college or not. And now, how this is relevant to this right now. A lot of people question if young students are actually, smart enough and educated enough to make educated decisions for their local politics. And honestly, as I look around, all of these people, or at least most of these people, are in high school, and most of the people here today will take an AP, which is a college-level class in their lifetime. Now, if you expect people to learn at college level, 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds do, at 16 and 17 during high school, why do you not expect them to make adult-level decisions and college-level decisions? If I, the least musically talented person, can learn to read and sing music,
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cami Du, and I'm a sophomore at St. Ignatius College Prep. And I think most teens can relate when I say that a lot of adults think that we're not mature enough or that we don't understand anything. In fact, my dad often uses the phrase, "when I was your age," to tell me that he took the bus alone or he went to high school in a different country. And by saying that, he implies that his expectations are for me to be an adult, be independent, and have responsibilities. When I talk to him about my ambitions, my dreams, he just tells me that I'm a little girl who doesn't get the world. There's a contradiction between his expectations and how he treats me, and that's frustrating. Adults often think that teens aren't mature enough to make big decisions, let alone to vote. In the white paper released by Generation Citizen, 16-year-olds perform just as well as adults in making thought-out decision processes like voting. We're also constantly surrounded by the internet where we can easily access information. In fact, I found a survey online by the Center for Disease Control that shows that we teens are the best behaved generation of all time. We drink, we smoke, we use drugs less. And this all goes to say that 16 and 17-year-olds are the most mature and informed generation yet, and we are ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Neo Guerrero. I'm a freshman at Lowell High School. No. I'm part of the Vote 16 Youth Empowerment Academy. And I'm here today because as an American-born American citizen, I strongly feel that I should be entitled to one of the most basic American rights, which is the right to vote, and not have to inherit it when I reach a certain age. Most adults and parents today, including my own parents, see teenagers as reckless, unresponsible, crazy, party-throwing kids when they leave the house. And by passing this initiative, I hope that parents and adults can view their kids as something different, as responsible young adults that can make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Ang, and I'm the Student Advisory Council Vice President and a junior from Lowell High School. I want to share a personal experience with the Vote 16 movement at my own school. In my U.S. history class, we had a group discussion about voting after learning about how voting has changed over the past centuries. Naturally, the students began to talk about the present, and the issue of the Vote 16 movement came up. My teacher asked the class if any of us had heard of it and if any of us supported it. To this question, many hands, the majority, were raised. Further discussion showed that a lot of students wanted their voices heard in the issues, many of which affect us youth today. There's no doubt that 16 and 17-year-olds understand the importance of voting and want to vote. We need to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sia Blackshear. I am a junior at Lowell High School, and I am here on behalf of Peer Resources Youth Council. I just want to say that I strongly support Vote 16. The decisions made in San Francisco affect everyone, every age, race, gender, and I feel like in order for us to have a city that is fully functional, it is crucial for the youth to be involved in that process. I just want to personally thank the Youth Commission and other youth supporters for taking this issue very seriously, and for all of you for being here today, because it is an important issue. I understand that all of you have been 16 and 17 before, but as times change, it is crucial for us to be involved in the decision processing and to the decision making. So thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Natasha Salmi. I'm a freshman. So I just want to talk about me and my friends and what we do in our free time, because I think this really connects this issue. So one time, me and my friends were at Ocean Beach, and we were just sitting there looking like your normal pack of teenagers, and we were talking really loudly, being your typical teenagers, but what you wouldn't expect was that we were actually, instead of discussing boys or hair, we were actually talking about abortion rights. Although we were talking about politics. We were talking about Bernie Sanders, Hillary, Donald Trump. We were going all over about politics. And suddenly my friend burst out, "Gosh, I wish I could vote." And everyone agreed, and they're like, "Yeah, I wish we could vote." We were all 14, so this really wasn't realistic for us. And we kept on talking, and I thought about this. I was like, yeah, we all are so opinionated. We all have beliefs. We have issues that affect us. We all care deeply about issues in politics, but none of us had the right to vote. And although 16 isn't 14, we were all like, we wish we could vote sooner, because these beliefs and these changes that we want to happen couldn't happen. We couldn't put in our input for another 4 years. And we were all just I was just thinking about how frustrating it is for me to have ideas and beliefs and not be able to implement them. For example, I do Model United Nations, and I've been doing it for 3 years now. And I do a club that meets once a week, and we discuss issues. And over time, after listening to my educated peers discuss things, bring in facts I had no idea even existed, I've really developed my beliefs and my political views. Yet, I can only bring these political views into simulated exercises, debates, that really have no effect on anything. And I think that this Vote 16 would really bring a lot of educated young people who want to make a change, who have voices that they want to be heard. And I really support this measure, so thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Montana Yaley. I'm 17, and I'm a youth advocate at Project What. I support Vote 16 because as a child of an incarcerated adult, my dad doesn't have the right to vote. I would love to be able to vote on topics that affect my family, such as food stamps. While my father was incarcerated, my mother and I relied on food stamps. But because my dad was in prison, we couldn't apply for them when he got out. I would love to be able to have a voice on important matters like these. Please support Vote 16.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Arvon Williams. I am 17 years old, and I am a senior at City Arts and Technology High School. I also am a proud member of Project What, and I also serve on the YEF's Youth Advisory Fund as a community funder. Do you know why the youth in the city are ready for this vote? Because they asked for it. But personally, I would like to vote because I'm afraid that I might not live long enough to vote when I'm supposed to. And as someone who comes from the district of our Madam President, it is crucial for us to vote in our community. And that is speaking on the behalf of my best friend, who was the one who lost her brother right there on Fillmore and Golden Gate in the McDonald's drive-thru, right in front of the police station. Black men in my community do not die of old age. As a leader and leader to leader, how can our kind thrive when our playing field is infected with symptoms that only a vote can cure? How many more martyrs will it take for this city to be safe? And for someone who has suffered from every issue crossing this city, from homeless to being affected by drugs and police brutality and racism at its purest form, I find myself feeling a little bit bad that I've made the decision to stay here when our kind are clearly being kicked out. And that can only be fixed with a vote. I pledge to stay, go to college, and succeed, and make my presence known. Because there's people like me who are going to carry the legacy of this city. And the beauty of seniority is that you do not get to live forever. So when you die, you'll have someone who's ready like me to take over. I am a catalyst.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Carshell Green. I am 17. I attend Leadership High School, and I am currently a senior, and I am graduating this month, actually. By looking at me today, would you have guessed that I raised myself? Yet I am not mature enough to vote. Paid my bills, clothed myself, fed myself. I'm here today from what I did, from my choices, the choices that I chose to make. And you question whether or not I'm ready to vote. We are ready to vote. You see this turnout, it was full. They had to kick people out in order to get the youth in here. We are ready to vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Hi, my name is Mariana. I attend June Jordan School for Equity. And I'm here today because I do want to see change in my communities. And I just wanted to create change for me and my peers. And I wanted to be the one to speak on the behalf of my peers who don't have a voice or feel like what they say isn't important, which is most of the black and brown students who attend my school, because we do have opposite demographics from every school in here. I just want to say that there's definitely a lot of privilege in this room, and I'm glad in this case I shared the privilege of education in order to witness and share on why I want me and my peers to vote. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Maria Zaragoza. I'm the student representative on the district. I go to June Jordan School for Equity too. And I'm here to say that I believe we should pass this, not only because our schools is the last thing our young people have. We're getting kicked out of the city. We are getting killed. We're getting reported. As Luis said, sorry if I say your name wrong, our communities are not being represented, and I have family too that are undocumented. I have family that are being killed. I have family that's being incarcerated right now. And just to think that I had to raise my own brothers and my sister too. I had to give up on opportunities that will help me be more successful, not only for my family, but about myself and my community. I'm also a community organizer, so I understand all the issues that I'm going through because I had to live through them every single day. Our community is a great example of like a reminder. Now, like hours later, we had huge amounts of youth out there that are being representative. Last summer, this got me very mad because I was the only young person that was here talking about increasing the budget for the police, and that got me mad because our young people should be having the choice and the voice to talk about issues like this, because we are the ones that are being affected by this, not somebody else. Just like some of us our families cannot talk for us, we want to talk for them because we're the ones that go through this every single day. And as my school stands for this school by June Jordan, we're the ones we're waiting for, and we're here to stand for our beliefs and what we want this future to be. And we're going to be representing you as in the future. Eventually, you all going to become older, and somebody's going to represent you. That's going to be us. So it's really us who we're waiting for, and it's us who we're going to depend on. So we have make enough choices for us to be able to make the choices of who's going to be representing us in the school district, on the board. And I think it's moment for youth to stand up and say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Sammy, and I'm 16 years old. I'm a youth leader from Young Women Against Violence and Youth Movement of Justice Organizing. I support Vote 16 because I believe you should have the power to vote. We often talk about empowering youth, but what does that really actually look like? Is it just giving the youth an education? Is it just having enough funding for youth organizations or spaces? That's not enough. There should be more. You should have the right to voice our concerns on community issues, to decide on who should represent us on the Board of Education, and to vote on propositions and policies that affect us and our families. Today, you are deprived of this institutional right because oppositions are not willing to give us that chance. Is the trouble of having to print extra ballots more important than the youth in our community? Is the extra spending on ballots more important than the youth in our community? Last summer, I worked on the Make It Fair campaign with CPA, which would close the loopholes that benefit corporations from taking money away from public services like affordable housing. Because youth are not allowed to vote, my friends at school have been gentrified out of their neighborhoods. So your assumptions do not and should not define my knowledge, nor should it be the excuse to deny my right to vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Nicholas Persky. I'm currently a student at UC Berkeley, and I served on the Youth Commission from 2011 to 2014, proudly representing the Richmond District. So I'm speaking today in support of the proposed charter amendment. I think quite a few of the opponents of this proposal, their main issue is that youth, quite frankly, don't know what they're doing. And it's somewhat fair. When you have any large population like youth, there will be some that are more knowledgeable on policy issues than others. The same goes for adults. There are plenty of adults who are more educated on some policy issues than others, but we don't apply an unfair standard of not letting any of them vote just because some might not be as involved in the political process. Now, today, I want to show you that youth, specifically 16 and 17-year-olds, do know a lot about the political process. So if SFGov TV, if I could please get the overhead. So on my time in the Youth Commission for 3 years, we passed a lot of resolutions. For example, on youth employment, commending President Obama's Summer Jobs Plus plan, prioritizing youth involvement plans during business negotiations, employing undocumented youth. On youth justice issues, creating outdoor recreation space for the detainees. On police issues, creating recommendations for the police department. Holding a timely hearing for youth with incarcerated parents. Yes. On issues of transit, implementing a free Muni for Youth program. And getting on the supervisor's butt when they weren't implementing a free Muni for Youth program. Fully developing affordable housing for transitional aged youth, evaluating the quality of credit recovery programs, and co-sponsoring Youth Advocacy Day for many, many years. All of these resolutions were written by youth commissioners who were either 16 or 17 years old. This doesn't even include the resolutions that were written by older youth commissioners. What we really need to do is close the knowledge gap, and the way we can do this is by getting young people involved earlier in the political process with this habitual act of voting, and that will help solve the problem of this knowledge gap.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Bill Bystricky, and I cannot claim to be a constituent here. I live in Maryland, where 2 of our cities have now modernized the voting age to 16. And I came here tonight to tell you firsthand that the results have been wonderful. Before we did it, there was a lot of opposition. Some adults seemed terrified that it was going to lead to some sort of disaster. But now that the voting age has changed, most people who live in these cities would never choose to go back. No, the sky did not fall when 16-year-olds started voting. Our trash still gets picked up every week. Police and fire services run as smoothly as ever. But here's what has changed. Teenagers take more pride in their city and more pride in their civic duties than any generation before. In both cities, the voter turnout rate among voters younger than 18 is actually higher than the voter turnout rate among those over 18. These teenagers are developing habits of civic participation that are likely to last a lifetime. Today, parents in these cities will take their daughter or their son to the neighborhood polling place to cast her first vote with the same pride in their hearts that they will feel taking her to graduation or to her first day in college. A Tacoma Park City Council member sent me an email a few months ago describing what he is seeing in his city now that they have 16-year-old voters. He says, and this is a quote, "Once we made this change in Tacoma Park, the best of all outcomes is that it has simply become normal. Normal for older people to stand in line with younger people to vote. Normal for 16 and 17-year-olds to be at campaign events asking questions of candidates. Normal to see 16 and 17-year-olds at council meetings. And best of all, as an elected representative, it has become normal for me to get requests from 16 and 17-year-olds for information or representation or services that the city provides. Democracy at its best is able to hear all constituent voices. And in Tacoma Park, the change we made in the voting age means we are able to do that for more residents. We are absolutely a better community for it." Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Laura. I am a San Francisco State student currently working on my graduate degree in public administration. I'm also a nonprofit professional and former youth worker and current youth advocate and ally.
Can you please speak directly into the microphone? Thank you.
As a youth worker in District 9, 10, and 11, I've come across many engaged youth that have that are smart, passionate, socially conscious young individuals that are civic-minded that want to work towards improving their communities. They want to create a just and sustainable future, not only for themselves, but their families and those and younger people. Democracy is suffering due to low adult turnout, and voting is habitual. So the younger we start, the better our future can be. I strongly urge you to support the Vote 16 campaign, and by giving youth a stronger voice to be heard in situations like this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Cormier, and I am a teen librarian and the program manager at the Mix at SFPL, a new library and digital media learning lab that opened in June 2015, created by and for teens at the main library. As someone who has witnessed firsthand the power of teens to make positive choices to benefit their lives, I urge you to support Vote 16. 16-year-olds are our future adults, and they are deeply impacted by the policies made by elected officials. As a professional youth services librarian, I feel very strongly that youth voice is critical to creating relevant services for youth. Teens need a wide network of adults to support them as they mature in order to thrive. The Mix at SFPL Board of Advising Youth, or BAY, a group of teens whose role is to inform relevant services for teens, supports Vote 16. And some of these BAY are here today, and you've heard some of them speak already, and you'll hear more of them speak in a few minutes, to share why Vote 16 is important to them. I love that the City and County of San Francisco has shown its support for teens by allocating funding to build the Mix at SFPL, a completely free library space and learning lab exclusively for teens ages 13 to 18. Teens care about issues that are genuinely meaningful for them. As a teen-driven space, the Mix is an incubator where teens can gather, learn, and collaborate on issues that are important to them. And Vote 16 is an example of a teen-led initiative that has been discussed and workshopped at the Mix. Vote 16 is important because in an increasingly fragile socioeconomic environment, teen voice in local government is critical. As a professional who works with teens every day, I can say that teens are intelligent, insightful, and if given the right to vote in local elections, 16-year-olds will use this responsibility wisely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, thank you. My name is Mary Obler, and I'm also a teen librarian at the Mix at San Francisco Public Library, just here across the Civic Center. And our Board of Advising Youth has endorsed this campaign. And I'm a longtime resident of Supervisor Breed's, President Breed's District 5. And I actually left San Francisco in 2013 to take a job at the Los Angeles Public Library that was time limited. And when the time came for me to be done with that job, I had a decision to make. Do I stay in Los Angeles, where most of my family is, and pursue my career there, or do I answer the call to move back to San Francisco and to make a positive change in our community? My social media feed and the conversations I was having with my peers led me to believe that San Francisco was changing and that people felt disenfranchised in making their voice heard. And when I came to work here in San Francisco at the Mix, I knew I was making a decision to work with teens to ensure that our city supports them and makes a place where they can thrive. My teens are struggling every day with this decision of what do they do after they graduate and where do they go? Because deciding to stay in San Francisco means deciding to live with their parents. And I want our teens in San Francisco to have the resources that they need to be competitors in this economy and to have those businesses that are moving into our backyard hire teens straight out of San Francisco high schools. And that's my goal at the Mix, and that's what I hope we can do together by supporting Vote 16 and by enfranchising this group of committed, wonderful, intelligent, engaged youth to vote in the future elections of this city and to create a city that supports them and an environment that they can stay and live and make their own. So I urge you to support this movement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hi, my name is Derek Tan, and I am a senior at Lincoln High School and a member of the Board of Advising Youth at the San Francisco Public Library, main library. And I'm an immigrant from China and People's Republic of China. And I came here at 4, so I don't really remember much of it. But I often asked my grandmother about it, and She said that when she was a child, her great-grandfather had to live in quiet, secluded life in fear of communists, and he had no voice. And a lot of immigrants come here because in this country they have a voice, they can vote, and a lot of youth have immigrant parents who don't know English, and having a chance to vote would be very important for them. And yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm June. I'm a young artist from the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts, and I'd like to encourage you to support Vote 16 because from what I hear from adults in my life, some of them say that we're the future, and some of them tend to infantilize us. In other words, they treat us like we're incapable of making responsible decisions. But at age 16, you can be employed and provide income for your family, and you can drive alongside adults. And I think that you should support Vote 16 because it'll give us the power to improve our future and be the change makers that you want us to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Julie Wong. I'm a teacher, and I'm a parent, and I'm a current voter. And Victor Yi, I'm in your district. Jane Kim, I like the ad there. I just want to say that as a teacher, we know that students are on the front lines of the issues that face the communities today. They are more likely to be homeless. They are more likely to have violence enter their lives. They are more likely to be bullied and have LGBTQ issues arise in their lives. They need a voice. I would also like to say something about what I see here is a lot of support, and what I hear here is a lot of support. But I know that you're all making your decisions still whether this ballot should go forward for a vote. And what I'd like to say is, as a teacher, I teach to the students who show up. So if you're worried about the 16 and 17-year-olds that didn't show up today, if you're worried about what decisions they will be making, don't worry about that. Give the opportunity to these students who are showing up to have their voices heard. And let the voters of this community decide whether or not they should be heard. Because I know that if you give them that opportunity, these students are going to come out and convince the voters to go for this on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Shara, and I go to Balboa High School. I'm a senior. Being a 17 years old, a young woman, and a person of color, automatically I am not taken seriously. I've experienced many times in class and other places where I was shut down because I'm a young woman, and they say that my opinion doesn't matter. Or I've been told to not speak or support the black community because I am not black. But I am still a person of color. And unless my skin color is light or white, I still face discrimination and inequality in the system. Coming from a first-generation Filipino household here in America, I've grown up to learn that I shouldn't get involved in politics or anything that involves speaking out for what I believe in. But I've recently learned how important it is to stand up for my beliefs. I believe that it is important to have a voice in politics and have civic engagement because it promotes diversity in decisions that are being made in the city that we live in. Every day I walk down the neighborhood that I call home, and I see a lot of inequalities and discrimination being done against people that I can potentially relate to. With the rapid shift that our city is facing, I believe that 16 and 17 years old should have a say about what policy changes are being made here in San Francisco. If we encourage 16 and 17 years old to vote, we are encouraging them to exercise their right of freedom of speech, something that they can't do at home or other places because they are not allowed to due to religion or other beliefs. Standing here as a young woman and as a person of color, I believe that it's time that we should put our trust in young people to continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Lorelei Vest. I'm a sophomore at Lowell High School and I live in District 5. I'd like to ask for everyone here who's over the age of 30 whether or not they've asked someone younger than them to help them with technology, whether it's their computer or their phone. This shows that youth have a grasp on technology and on the internet and being able to gather information more than any other generation before us. We are constantly on our phones and our computers. It's true. And a lot of the time we're communicating with our friends. And yes, we're communicating, for fun, but we're also sharing links. We're also sharing information constantly. For me, personally, every morning, every day at 12 noon, and every day at 6 p.m., I get an app alert from a news app to tell me what's going on currently in the world. And when I read these articles, just with one click of a button, I can send it to my parents, I can send it to my friends, or I can share it on social media to hundreds of followers. All of this is made possible with technology, and youth today understand technology more than ever before. As has been touched on before today, this week is pretty complicated for many high school students. We have AP exams, we have finals coming up, but we are here today to show that we want to participate in local elections and that we want to share, that we want to vote and we want to share ideas and participate. So we are committed. And so supervisors, please consider supporting this charter amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Joshua Park, and I'm a freshman at Lowell High School, and I'm also part of Vote 16 Youth Empowerment Academy. One of the stories that I would like to share with you today is the story of a close friend that I used to have. I used to be very close to this one person, and we had a lot of meaningful conversations about our morals and beliefs and our lasting legacies in life. But now those conversations are gone because people thought that we were in a relationship and not a friendship. And now we don't talk. In the story, we can learn that as teenagers, we undergo similar experiences to those who can vote. And as a student at Lowell High School who has only been there for less than one school year, I've already experienced 2 deaths by suicide. Most people don't have one. Another moral of the story is the disjointment between me and her, and how this is similar to the disjointment between the ballot boxes and the citizens of this country. In America, the voting rate is the lowest since World War II, and we view Vote 16 as the way to fix this disjointment, because the fact is that youth want to vote. As you've heard today, the 2015 Youth Vote Survey surveyed 3,654 SFUSD students. 75% said that they would absolutely or probably vote. Because of the simple facts that youth want to and have the capabilities and knowledge to vote, this is why we should have the right to vote. And this is why I urge you to co-sponsor this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Breed, members of the board, thank you for having us out this evening. My name is David Moore, and I represent an organization called Generation Citizen. We provide an action-based civics education curriculum to middle schools and high schools where youth choose a local issue that's impacting their lives, and we teach them how to take local action to address it. Generation Citizen was started in Rhode Island, quickly grew to Boston, then New York, and most recently the Bay Area, where we saw 50% growth in our program from last year to this year, and we are but one of many youth advocacy organizations locally and around the country. I share all that as a testament to the fact that there is a growing sentiment that society is hungry for a healthier democracy. Our students, our teachers, our students want to help create a paradigm shift where people feel informed and invested and activated in their communities and in their democracy. Just as the many incredible voices give testament to tonight, our students are, which are currently over 1,000 students in 18 local schools, are proof positive of what younger engaged citizens look like when given the opportunity to take action and participate in local politics. They rise to the respect and the responsibility that we give them. They do their research. They make informed decisions. But perhaps most importantly, the experience helps set the blueprint for them feeling invested in their communities and has them wanting to stay involved. On behalf of our students and the health of our democracy, I ask that you support Vote 16. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Anjay, and I am an 11-year-old that goes to a school in San Carlos, and I am in 5th grade, which at my school, which is a charter school, is a middle school, and I just wanted to speak for my middle school because I feel that a lot of kids in my middle school have a lot of different opinions about the politics right now, and I feel that people should be able to vote younger because they have a lot of very important opinions that should be spoken and should be heard. And I feel that it shouldn't just be adults 18 and up that should be able to vote, but it should also be kids 16 and up. And I feel that maybe even we could push for younger. I just think that younger opinions should be heard just as much as older opinions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Anton Krukowski. I am a high school science teacher at Lick-Wilmerding High School and a parent, proud parent, and a longtime resident voter in District 9. I wanted to just talk briefly about ageism. So in my psychology class called Brain and Behavior, we study negative stereotypes and different types of negative stereotypes. And so and Jillian Wu is in this class, or we've talked about it, one of your youth commissioners. And we learned about a study where they asked people around the country to say, well, how does the U.S. population view different groups in terms of warmth and in terms of competence? And so the category of very low warmth and low competence was associated with the emotion of disgust. And it turned out the groups that fell in that heading were the homeless and teenagers. And it seems to me that the way we can break this negative stereotype, a powerful way to do it would be for this group and for the city of San Francisco to say that we value the voices of teenagers. And that would be the first step. And then as the youth rise to this occasion of having their voices heard and start voting in numbers, higher percentages than adults, it could start to shift this whole mood and break the back of ageism. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jack Allen. I'm a student at School of the Arts. And at the school, around last year, I was enrolled in a U.S. history class. And in this class, we learned about things like the fight for women's suffrage and how before women acquired the right to vote, they were told that, sure, they can participate in forming our government by raising young boys and trying to convince them how to vote. And in this class, we also discussed policies such as sales taxes and other things that were up at the time for measuring on, and we all discussed what we thought about them and all traded sides of views. It was a really impassioned discussion that took practically an entire day. And at the end of it, when we all thought about, how can we help, when we asked our teacher, what can we do about this, we were all kind of disappointed when we heard, well, you can go home and hope your parents listen to you when you talk about it. This reflects on one of the main issues when people are concerned about dispassionate youth, because is it really a surprise when you're 16 and 17 years old and you're trying to figure out what matters to you and how to form your expectations of yourself, and you're told that people don't expect you to pay attention to politics, people don't expect you to be politically minded. And even if you were, Well, I mean, you can't do it for you can't vote for 2 years anyways. You can only hope to influence your parents and maybe some of your friends so they can influence their parents. And that any participation at the moment would only be served as preparation for years to come. People, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds are ready. We're spending entire classes just talking about the possibilities if we could vote, how we would vote. We're ready to vote. We're just waiting to be able to.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Simone Moore, and I'm currently finishing up my final year at the Ruth Asawa San Francisco School of the Arts. And while I would love to echo all of the sentiments that have been shared tonight, I only have 2 minutes. So I would just like to encourage you to be in favor of Vote 16, primarily because the youth population of the city are advocating for issues that are not superficial, and they're often issues that affect all of us. Right now, along with a few of my colleagues, we're discussing how the economy of San Francisco affects education, primarily students, and the declining retention rate of teachers within our district. And let me tell you that we are informed. We've definitely been doing our research, and we've actually brought this up to people within the school board, and we're talking to the district, and we're reaching out, and we're doing all of these things and taking time out of our academic and social lives to actually do these things. So if we can actually take all of those steps to speak to the superintendent, to go to school board meetings, to do pretty much everything but voting, why can't we vote? In the past, every time that the voting pool has been widened, it's only yielded positive results. So increasing it, I feel, would only continue that trend. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Liam Thirdacre. I'm a senior at Mission High School, and I'm the president of the Student Advisory Council. I'm here tonight, like many others, because I am in support of Youth Vote 16. I believe lowering the voting age in local elections to 16, along with educating students in their classes about what will be on the ballot, will effectively increase civic engagement in youth, which has been at an all-time low lately. On top of that, I believe this education and engagement will incite dinner time conversations between students and their parents or guardians, which will inspire more adults to vote as well when they see how involved their teen is. I know Commissioner Lee had some questions about what we will be teaching students in their classrooms, and hopefully we'll cover all the topics that you brought up earlier, which includes non-biased views on propositions plus info, voter registration, and more importantly, how to vote. So in conclusion, I can confidently say that the Student Advisory Council has, is, and will continue to back this campaign 100%, and I hope that after hearing all of our voices tonight, you will too. I would like to thank the Youth Commission for their endless dedication to this campaign. I would like to thank the Board of Education for their support and work to integrate voting into education, and I would like to thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sawa Dodds, and this might be what's called a women's contest reporting on this subject, because this is not a lot to do with the intermission of voting. And, sometimes people do get involved with 60, because the climate in the world, there's no saying that there's no climate change. Who says that? Because the intelligence that we grew up in voting has a lot to do with that knowledge. And over 16, 17 was where the knowledge of voting becomes for education. And there is a Congress school here. There's a Congress in every state. And it has nothing to do, but it has to do with the regulation of going to school in a city college. But there's a Congress school here, too. I just passed it up because I just noticed, some other situations of how the job corps center has been built. And I think that if this is changed to be a whole more easier, I'm not talking about heading school of Congress, though. I'm talking about heading subject of how it was built. And I think that on our rebuilding our economy, God gave you the breath to breathe, and why do you want to put the world on your shoulders with that? Makes no sense at all. Because we have he made the devil too.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Tab Buckner, and I've been around long enough to remember when the voting age was 21. And during the long, bloody Vietnam War, there was a huge movement that said if young people can go into battle and fight and die as an 18-year-old, they should have a vote at the ballot box. And we were successful, but I remember as a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old with my peers feeling frustrated that we were not able to engage and vote on the issues that were so important to us. Today, it makes no sense, nor is it fair, to exclude our youth, when a record number of them are now being incarcerated, are being tried as adults, when LGBTQ youth continue to be bullied, and now our species is faced with the greatest menace of our history to date, climate change. We need all the commitment, the energy, the activity, the backing, the voting of our community that we can get. What you're seeing behind me, the majority of our folks here, is representing the talent, the commitment, the intelligence, and the future of our city, of our world. And if we are indeed the city that takes pride in being inclusive, of being innovative, it is time to pass this charter initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors members. My name is Wilson Wong. I'm a senior at Abraham Lincoln High School. I'm part of Vote 16 Yeah Academy. And high school can be a hard time for many of our challenges in life, whether it's sports, grades, or just in general struggling. And for me, I realized that I lived with the mental illness called depression. To have it influence every part of my life, to have it say to me every negative adjective that you could possibly find in a Webster's dictionary, regardless of whether that was true or not. And I find it a bit odd that adults will tell me that I can't vote when I'm struggling with something that people don't even acknowledge exists, when I can't even vote for the issues that I can fight for. And I just want you to consider co-sponsoring this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ariana Wu, and I'm an 8th grader in the Vote 16 Youth Empowerment Academy. I'm here tonight to ask you for your support and sponsorship of the campaign to lower the voting age to 16 in San Francisco. As the youngest member in my family, I'm familiar with not being listened to and wanting to be heard. From joining Vote 16 Yeah, I was given a voice that Vote 16 works to give 16 and 17-year-olds in San Francisco. A lot of people have expressed concerns about 16-year-olds not being mature enough to vote, but in a city where 16-year-olds can drive, work without limited hours, and pay taxes, among other civic responsibilities, I believe 16-year-olds are not just ready, but also deserving of a voice in their government. So, supervisors, please co-sponsor the charter amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Iris Morell, and I'm a student at Lowell High School, as well as a resident of District 8. I am 16 years old. As you know, much of the opposition to Vote 16 has come from people who think it's an irrelevant issue. At worst, they consider it a waste of the board's time, because after all, there are real issues the city is facing, and we should be focusing our efforts on those. And they're right, there are real issues, and Vote 16 is our strongest solution to at least two of them: voter suppression and demographic representation in San Francisco. Voter suppression is nothing if not a relevant issue. So many people in this room must know that, at some point within the last century, they would not have been eligible to vote. And yet, this problem continues to be a subject of debate across the United States. We all know that San Francisco is facing challenges, and we all have opinions about the solutions. But in this day and age, some of the most important stakeholders, immigrants and members of low-income communities, are ineligible to vote. We have extremely low voter turnout from the neighborhoods being impacted most by growth: Bayview, Hunters Point, Visitation Valley, and others. These are some of the same neighborhoods with the highest proportion of 16 and 17-year-olds in the population. If you vote against Vote 16, this means that we could be representing these neighborhoods and we are choosing not to. What our city needs is institutional change so that economic growth and progress does not strip people of housing or the city of its culture. We need voters who understand the intricacies of our communities, who have grown up children of immigrants or in homes under rent control. We need voters who understand. And who better than people who still live in these communities, who are embedded in them and capable of representing them completely? Who would make a better voter in San Francisco than a 16 or 17-year-old? Please consider co-sponsoring this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jillian Berkowitz, and I'm a member of the Board of Advising Youth. I will keep this brief. I'm not alone in believing that youth are indispensable members of our society and cannot continue to be treated as incompetent children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Ruby Landau Pincus, and I'm 16 years old. I've lived in the city for 16 years. I interact with the city as much as, if not more than, most adults I know. I can't drive, so I take city buses. I don't have a job, so I have no income of my own, so I hang out with my friends in city parks. Although I attend a private high school now, I spent most of my life at public school. I remember when my middle school couldn't pay for paper and how angry I was about it. And I remember when I realized I couldn't do anything about it. The city is a major part of my life, and it only makes sense that I, a San Franciscan, should have a say in what happens in the city. I support Vote 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Karina Liang. I attend St. Ignatius College Prep, and I support the Vote 16 cause because if 16-year-olds are allowed to drive and they can legally get a job and contribute to our society, then why shouldn't we have the ability to have a say in who runs our local government? Many of my friends take interest in politics and voice their political opinions on different platforms. They also discuss the matters with their fellow peers, adult mentors, and their families. So if 16-year-olds care enough to educate themselves on the topic and spend time discussing it with people, I believe that they should have a voice and make informed decisions when voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Faith Leung, and I'm a sophomore at St. Ignatius College Preparatory. When my oldest brother was in high school, he was very involved in politics and the current issues, and our family discussions often involved my brother voicing his opinions and views, explaining them to my parents, even if they contradicted what my parents viewed. Unfortunately, when he went to college, he found that he didn't have enough time and decided not to register to vote. But if the voting age had been extended to 16 and 17-year-olds, he would have been more involved and had the ability to voice his opinion in the community. Also, I believe that adults aren't just like you turn 18 and magically you have all these abilities, or if you're not 18 yet, then you don't have these abilities to think logically. I think that being an adult is about maturity and responsibility, and many 16 and 17-year-olds already have the ability to uphold their responsibilities. If we're trusted with the responsibility to drive safely, I think we should also be able to have a voice in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Christina Williams, and I am a high school service director with Boys and Girls Clubs of San Francisco. And I have brought some of my teen members here today to give them an opportunity to use youth voice, as I'm an advocate for youth voice and having a say in their society.
Hi, my name is Crystal. I go to Abraham Lincoln High School. I'm a sophomore, and I believe that we are that 18-year-olds shouldn't only vote. I believe that 16 and 17-year-olds should as well, because I think that we're capable, that we're responsible, and that we're capable of voting, and just by 18-year-olds, I believe that that's showing that we're not as responsible, and that we should make our own decisions, and not older people should make it for us.
Hi, my name's Ruben, and I'm in 8th grade, and I come to set up a society so that when I get older, I can vote and choose what I do in my future. Yeah.
As Boys and Girls Clubs, our biggest motto is Great Futures Start Here. And so I just want to support a movement that is going to truly grant our youth to have a say in their future, and so their futures really can be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Elena Hillard, and I'm a teacher at Mission High School. I'm here to express my support for Vote 16. As a teacher, I see teenagers at their best and honestly sometimes at their worst. So when my students first started talking about the idea, I wasn't completely sold. But the more I've learned about it and the more research that I've read, the more enthusiastic I've become. I believe it's always a good thing when we have young people wanting to participate in our democratic process. And I believe that if we give young people the chance to vote for the first time before they transition out of high school, and the ability to have a say on the local issues that they care about, we'll be strengthening our democracy and creating long-term citizen engagement. As a teacher, I know young people are hungry for ways to contribute, and I think that they will exercise this right carefully. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Debbie Lee, and I am a parent, a resident in District 7, and I've been here since 1980, and I have two kids in public school. I've been so impressed by the incredible points and the variety of issues that the students themselves have brought up. But I just wanted to say a couple different things. In my own experience, my kids make more use of services in the city than I ever do, in terms of schools, which is a big part of it, public transit, parks, and other sorts of free and paying services. They walk and observe the city and see things and bring back to me all kinds of observations daily. The other thing I just want to say is that I'm hopeful that this effort will really encourage greater dialogue within families. I think that those kinds of conversations around politics will be that much more strengthened, as well as the kinds of conversations that they will have with you all as policymakers, so that we can really be responsive to kids in our city. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, how you guys doing? How you guys doing? So my name is Deja Jaden. I'm a graduating senior at Burton High School, and I'm a youth leader at Komen Advocates for Children and Youth. As a young woman of color, I support Vote 16 and feel like we deserve the right to vote for the future of our city, because we are the future. On top of the limited amount of say we have in civic decisions, it's unfortunate that we might not even have the opportunity to live in this city we love and grew up in because of issues such as gentrification and the increase of housing rates. Moving this forward would allow us and future generations to hold on to this treasure that's slowly slipping out of our hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. Is that my good angle? Yeah? No? Okay. Hi, my name is Xochitl Montano. I go to Balboa. I'm a senior. I'm also a part of Komen Advocates for Children and Youth. Shout out to YMAC. So, from the time we are born to the time we become independent, functional adults, we're constantly told what to do and how to act, and we have to act a certain way. And we always have policies unfairly imposed and implemented upon us without ever being given an opportunity to voice out our ideas, and even less influence in these policies. As a youth, it's really discouraging to feel like you have no meaningful influence in the very settings of your daily life, whether it be at home, at school, or in our communities. And I notice this amongst my peers who feel as though their vote and their voice doesn't make a difference, because that's basically what they've been told their whole life, and they're always being shut down. With Vote 16, it gives an opportunity to encourage youth to directly engage in policymaking and feel like their vote matters, as well as creating lifelong voters. And I hope you guys will do the right thing and support Vote 16.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Let me put this up real quick. Hello, my name is Tony Granberry. I'm a senior at Burton High School, and I'm also a youth leader at Coleman Advocates, go YMAC. Looking at everything that's happened in SF, like from families being pushed out in unaffordable housing for low-income families, these are issues that youth are facing on a daily basis. Think of the trauma that is carried out generationally. Your kids, and all of us are facing the trauma that our people have fought through. Given that 16 and 17-year-olds, giving the 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote will contribute to breaking the cycle of trauma by breaking the silence of those who are often shut down and consequently remain silent. And real quick, Coleman is having a Bring Back to the Stage night. It's basically an open mic at Coleman at 459 Vienna Street from 5 to 8:30 on May 13th, and I wish all of you guys to come out and really join us and have a good family meal and share your pieces with all of us there at Coleman Advocates. Please come and share with your family, friends, and stuff like that. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Rafael Quintero. I'm a senior at Lick Wilmerding High School, and I am a unionized employee at Safeway, actually. So I pay full income taxes on the minimum wage that I make hourly. And when I started this job when I was 16, it was just a summer job then, I started thinking about my rights as a worker and the money that I made and how I could make more money. And I was frustrated that I couldn't vote on the various issues that come up in the city around workers' rights and around the rights in my community. So I feel that if I am paying income taxes, if I'm paying the same taxes that a full citizen of this country pays, then I should be allowed to vote as a full citizen of this country. I have opinions that matter, and I have a voice which needs to be heard by my city and for my community. And so that is why I support Vote 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, my name is Sally Tamayo Lee. I am a proud third-generation San Franciscan. I graduated from Lowell High School in 2009. Like many of these youth here, I was also an active political student. I served on the as a student delegate on the Board of Education with Supervisor Yee, Supervisor Kim, and Supervisor Marr. And I'm currently the staff for the Youth Empowerment Academy. And I have a deep love for my city, and lately I look around and feel like the heart of the city is being sucked dry. And I really feel like the heart and soul of the city still lives in its young people. And so I really encourage you to, instead of thinking, rather than thinking, how can I give this right to them, remember that you need them and that we need them. We need the youth because they are the heart and soul of this city. So with that, I also want to share a few of our endorsements. One that I'm proud to share is an endorsement from the legendary Paul Chang, who was a principal of Lowell High School from 1991 to 2007. We also had Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi and Representative Jackie Speer vote in favor for this at the DCCC. The DCCC also endorsed this effort. We also have the endorsement of our Assembly members Phil Ting and David Chu. Public Defender Jeff Adachi came earlier. We also have our State Senator Mark Leno, who's in favor of this, along with many other community organizations. To name a few, Coleman Advocates has been here, Chinese Progressive Association. But yeah, thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone who came out today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jean Teodoro, JT. I'm part of a grassroots youth organization called Ally, Active Leadership to Advance Youth in the Excelsior. I'm also I coordinate a youth leadership program called Kabataan at the Filipino Community Center. And I'm also a graduate of Balboa High School, 2008. And so I just wanted to bring up the point earlier that there was a point about 16 and 17-year-olds. Some of them are not. Well, first of all, I just wanted to give major props to all the youth leaders pushing this initiative. Yeah. And so there was a point earlier about 16 and 17-year-olds, some of them not being ready to vote, but then a lot of them are. I think that's besides the point. I think we as community leaders should create the conditions to really help our young folks be better at civic engagement. And one of the ways to create these conditions is to change the laws that regulate kind of these conditions for people to be engaged. And another point too is that there's a concern about whether this is going to cost some money to be able to accommodate for young people to vote. I don't have all the numbers with me, but I know nationally we spend a lot on prisons. We have over 900 bases in over 230 countries. That's a lot of militarization. That's a lot of money going that way. I think we must have something in our budget to be able to accommodate for young people to be able to vote at a younger age. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hi, everyone. My name is Jimmy Zhang. I am a community health outreach worker at Burton High School. I grew up in District 10 and studied urban planning when I was in my undergrad. But I wanted to talk about Vote 16 as an asset to policymaking. I think a lot of our young people are assets. They live a day-to-day basis on experiencing transportation, experiencing housing issues that they live in at home. So they're a huge asset in observing the day-to-day issues that our city goes through. So it's been a huge pleasure working at Burton High School as I witness so much of these young people, most of them are from District 10, are really aware of the systems that they live in. And it's been a huge pleasure to get to know a lot of them on a day-to-day basis. And I think it would be a huge asset to have them more politically engaged and vote for the things that matter to them and the policies that actually represents where they come from. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Stanton Lee, and I am a freshman at George Washington High School. I know an adult who thinks that LGBTQ plus people should be arrested. I know an adult who thinks that police brutality is not an actual thing. I know an adult who thinks that Africa is a country. And that is terrifying to me. And that is exactly why I think that youth like me, 16 to 17, should have the right to vote. Our generation should have the right to voice our own opinions and not be seated in the back quietly. We deserve a voice in the government, and that is why I think that we should extend the voting age to 16 to 17. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Saldajano, and I am a freshman at Ruth Asawa School of the Arts. I live in Viz Valley, and I know that our voices as teenagers of color are barely being heard. I'm part of the 1/3 of the SF population that comes from an immigrant family, and I'm the only one in my house who could have a potential voice in how this city is run. This story is the same as many other 16 to 17-year-olds in my area. Granting us the right to vote would completely diversify the turnout in voter polls, and it would also grant us a chance to speak our minds and finally be represented. That is why you should consider passing Vote 16. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lorenzo Tamayo Lee, and I'm a senior at Lowell High School. So San Francisco is experiencing a huge influx of people coming from the tech industry and San Francisco's overall booming economy within the last 5 years. They're newer citizens that are generally quite young and help contribute greatly to the gentrification. Overall, I find it very confusing that these newer citizens who do not have the same identification and deep love for this city, who have been here for only a couple of years, are able to influence city decisions that have an effect on the students and citizens who have been here for a lifetime. Students who know the city by heart and who call it home and are willing to come down here today to represent our diminishing population as young San Franciscans. I believe we deserve the right, as much as adults, to have the right to vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Youth leaders. There's only one person here older than me. 3 points. Number one, shows that as far as election issues go, open source architecture is hardly the only important thing. There are a whole series of issues at the election department, whether it's underfunding or unfocused management. This is only one. There's a lot of things we could be doing better with the election department. Second point, you can be a Democrat for life, but in fact it was 180 years ago, it was Democrats who formed the key group that caused the Republican Party to be formed and to become successful, which led to universal enfranchisement, which is then brought us to where we are now. Third point, I hope our young people are going to be reading their voter manuals, and as we all do, we get to that one person who seems to always comment on the issues, always seems to be against everything, Dr. Terrence Faulkner. Yes, we're going to read. I'm very interested to see what he's, we don't always agree with him, but we always read him to see what his opinion is. It's going to be interesting.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board and Youth Commission, my name is Paulina. I am the Vice President of External Affairs for the Harvey Milk LGBT Democratic Club and the Co-President of the Latina at Young Dems of San Francisco. I just wanted to express my full support of Vote 16. When I first started the Latina at Young Dems, I didn't anticipate how many young people between the ages of 14 and 18 were interested in our club. And it really just, I'm really excited to see where this goes, and I really hope you guys are in support of it. And I just really wanted to express my gratitude for the youth advocates that are here demanding that their voice be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Chazray Bell. It's nice to meet you all. And I am here to say that I support Vote 16 and give a short explanation why. So I support Vote 16 because I believe that giving 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote will help to diversify the voting pool by giving a whole new variety of points of view. And I can honestly say that I know quite a few people my age that are just as smart and politically opinionated as any adult, if not more, and they have ideas that are unfortunately put down due to the age and the fact that they are not able to vote. So I support Vote 16 so that their opinion and their ideas can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. I just have one quick suggestion, which is I understand that this is the first time that the Youth Commission and the Board of Supervisors have held a joint meeting, and I'd like to suggest that you make this at least an annual occasion because youth rights are community rights, and community rights are youth rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And we also have our general public comment for both the Youth Commission and the Board of Supervisors, and I'd like to open it up for general public comment at this time for items that are not currently on the Board's agenda or the Youth Commission's agenda. Seeing none, public comment is closed. All right, this item is in the hands of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I just want to thank all the young people for coming here today and testifying, and especially want to thank the Youth Commission for being here with us. And colleagues, I want to thank you for making sure we could have this joint meeting. I'm going to reserve some of my comments for later because I think I want to make sure that we have the Youth Commission members who want to speak. I'd like to request that we allow them to speak first. This is the measure that they brought forward, and then we can follow. And before that, what I'd like to see, because because of our board rules and our rules around charter amendments, is that we can't vote on this measure today. But since there are so many people here who are in the room, I'd like to say to my colleagues, if you are going to be voting for this, please just add your name as a co-sponsor. That way we can't have the vote, but your name here will indicate that you will be supportive, and that would give indication to the young activists who are here that we have a measure of votes that will pass this measure and put it on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. And if I could ask you, we actually have a board rule of no clapping, and I know this is pretty late in the day to say that, but in order for us to get through our agenda and allow the youth commissioners to give comments and other members of the board to get comments, if you could just use your spirit fingers when you're clapping, but just don't put them together, that would be great. Thank you. Supervisor Yee.
Through the President, Commissioner Calderon. So I just wanted to say that everyone in this room was once 16 years old. And as someone said earlier, some more recently than others, but don't feel bad. You're as young as you feel, right? Or even some are 16 as we speak. Why should we deny 16-year-olds voting rights? If someone were to say 16-year-olds are impressionable, well, that could be easily said of adults as well. I work with youth of incarcerated parents, and am a child of a formerly incarcerated parent myself, and can tell you personally they are the strongest, most resilient, most intelligent, and least impressionable people I know. Not to mention, in the state of California, I think someone brought it up though, in the state of California, we try 16-year-olds as adults, sometimes giving them life sentences, which, by the way, we know disproportionately affects youth of color, which is unfortunate as diversity is becoming scarce in San Francisco. Why are we willing to give youth cruel and unusual adult punishments, but are not willing to give youth adult privileges? Let's give our youth a voice. We are long past the time of youth being seen but not heard, and this is why I wholeheartedly support Vote 16.
Thank you. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breeden. Colleagues, I will be brief. I just want to thank all the youth commissioners for being out and for everyone in public comment. I think this was a great exercise tonight and great to hear everyone speak. And I'll reserve comments for later and perhaps next week. But I just want to also say how proud I am of my youth commissioner, Lily Marshall-Frigger here, who has been a youth commissioner from District 2 since I've been in office. And before my time with Supervisor Alioto Pure, I think she does an amazing job, and I know wanted to say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. I'll be brief. I know this is late. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors and the clerk of the board and the staff for making this hearing possible. Let me say I have to respect the effort of my colleagues on the Youth Commission and the energy that is being brought by the discussion on this issue of the hard work that we all do. Personally, I believe that some 16-year-olds could exercise the right to vote, as we intend. I also believe that some 14-year-olds, such as myself, could as well. But I do not believe that most 16-year-olds or some adults, as you may know, would also believe that the voting age should be uniform for all voting requirements. Therefore, I will continue to support the work of the majority of the Youth Commission on this matter. I will not be voting to support this item today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And with that, I am going to acknowledge the Youth Commissioner from District 5 who has waited patiently to speak, Chris Plunkett.
Hello, Supervisors. Chris Plunkett, Legislative Affairs Officer and District 5 appointee. Mr. President, I would like to thank all the supervisors for allowing us to be here. It is a true honor. I would like to thank members of the Civic Engagement Committee, members of the Youth Empowerment Academy, and all individual commissioners and the members of the public that have come out to support this great effort. This initiative has my full support, without a doubt. But despite this, I continue, and whenever I bring this up to individuals, I continue to hear these constant assumptions and stigmas of why 16 and 17-year-olds shouldn't be able to vote, despite feasible evidence being there to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote. I have heard in the past that youth are truly impressionable by their parents, despite a survey that came out from the Scottish Independent Referendum that said 44% of youth actually voted the polar opposite of their parents. I have heard that youth aren't mature enough, despite we've seen feasible evidence that youth 16 and 17-year-olds are parallel to when they're 21. I have heard that they're not educated enough, despite the Education Board passing a resolution stating that they are doing everything in their power to make that so. And I think members of the public have made this obvious that they are mature enough. Despite this, myself included, members of District 5, youth of District 5, have made it obvious that they are completely for this. In a recent survey that came out, 75% of youth from District 5 said they would more than likely or would absolutely register to vote. One of the things that really turned me on to this, and this is something I talked to about at time, but it was my personal stake in homelessness. It's truly amazing to believe that 2 years ago I was homeless and now I'm here in front of all of you. It is extremely humbling, and I experienced a lot. But what pains me to know today is that in this city we have more than 3,300 youth below the age of 18 that are homeless, numbers that are of severity to San Francisco during the Great Depression. This is one of the largest concerns of individuals within the city. These are youth that are LGBTQ, youth that are of color, youth that have experienced domestic abuse, youth that have had to endure prostitution and narcotics. For us not to allow youth of this area to vote is absurd. And I believe if we can have 16 and 17-year-olds to vote within this general area, to vote in the interest of all youth similar to them, the city would be much different. And I can only imagine in the future how I can only imagine in the future how the city will be when we do allow youth such as these to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know you want to clap for that because that's District 5. Thank you. Good job. Supervisor Peskin.
I cede my time to District 3 Commissioner Erica Kong.
I will stand too. Okay. Hello. Hi, Supervisors. I'm Erica Kong, District 3 Youth Commissioner. Through the President to the Board, I would like to address my viewpoint of Vote 16 as a Youth Commissioner and as a representative of District 3's demographic. The Youth Commission has been placing Vote 16 as our top priority in the past few years. And one of the core reasons why we believed in strong participation in elections by 16 and 17 years old is that voter turnout in SF was only 53% in November 2014, and even worse, 29% in November 2013. These percentages represent the nearly half of the registered voters do not vote. And this does not include those who are eligible and are not registered, or those who are not eligible to register. And amendments to authorize and to include more people in voting in San Francisco are not a new concept. In 2004, Proposition F, which would allow non-citizen parents to vote in school board, was almost passed with 49% yes. And in 2010, Proposition D attempted the same. I know that Supervisor Peskin was a great supporter for these efforts for passing the charter amendment in both 2004 and 2010. So I would like to thank you for expanding civic engagement. So yes, changing the voting eligibility in SF is not a new concept. It has been tried before with support by members of this board. I understand that 16 and 17 years old are considered by some to be too immature and unknowledgeable about policies and elections to vote. However, it is actually the perfect age to engage in civics. We learn about politics and congressional procedures in American democracy in government classes. Also, I understand that voting rights are a profound privilege that people in this country have fought and died for. And I believe the best way to honor and protect the privilege is to get more people and younger people civically engaged and invest in exercising their rights as voters. District 3 has the second densest population of households with children under 18. However, some families do not register to vote or cannot vote. 1 in 3 SFUSD students has an immigrant parent, including many of the households in my neighborhood. One thing that could have motivated parents to vote is from their children. Talking about voting decisions can open up to dinner table conversations and topics, which could be developed into a stronger and more avid voter turnout for all members of a household. I know there are even youth commissioners in this chamber today whose parents first registered to vote as a result of their son or daughter's advocacy on this issue. My family and I live in an SRO. A lot of the families in District 3, especially Chinatown, do. I know that one of Supervisor Peskin's priorities focuses on affordable housing for families, which is a topic that I can speak on and relate to. The board and residents over 18 vote on legislations that impact us, the youth. I am ready to vote on the legislation that pertains the means to my family and neighborhood. Thank you, supervisors, commissioners, and the public for listening. I appreciate your time. It took 10 board members to pass the joint meeting, so I hope this board will vote to allow voters to consider Vote 16 on November ballot with the same level of support. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen?
And colleagues and members of the Youth Commission, let it be known that the District 3 Youth Commissioner rises to speak.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Cohen?
I don't know if I should rise, too.
You should. Okay. Sure, let's rise. Let's all rise.
Okay. So through the President, Commissioner Galliano, representing District 10, I just want to say how I'm very inspired to see all the youth that are here today. You know, on the back of my head, I'm just thinking of all the tons of homework that I have to go home and do. I'm sure that I'm not the only one. But, you know, I love the policy work. I love the policy side, the politics and everything. It's not my area of expertise or specifically what I'm studying, but it's just so inspiring to just see a lot of you guys and just everyone and the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for sharing your chambers. Thank you. For me, Vote 16 is very important because allowing youth to vote at age of 16 is a great opportunity that will expose youth to city governments and local politics. Our voice is especially vital in our community because of all the changes that are undergoing our city today. And voting at the age of 16 is a step to unite and connect us to our decision makers. District 10 has the highest youth population and the lowest voter turnout out. And if 16 and 17-year-olds were to vote, that could change because they could inspire and increase participation and engagement with local issues throughout their entire household. As a young adult who was recently 16, there were moments in time where decisions were made about me and without my consent and permission. As a child of an incarcerated parent, there were many times of support me and my peers could have had at different points, but our means of being heard by local decision makers are limited. And because of that, I began to work with an advocacy organization made up of many youth who have parents incarcerated, and I learned how to make my voice heard. But it is important to create enough of those opportunities to engage all of the young people in our city. It's like, I feel like even if you're in a program or you advocate for any other organizations, your voice is very limited, and that is why we have to go, as for supervisors, to sponsor legislation pieces or resolutions, things like that. So I still feel like our voice is still very limited, even in the organizations that we fight for all the time, which is why I think that Vote 16 is also very important. And also research shows that voting at 16 will do that, and the fact is that we all have adults who are representing our interests at the ballot box, and Vote 16 is about creating engaged voters and lifelong voters. But it is not just about that. It's about the potential that young adults have when they are given the opportunity to have their voices heard. And we're asking the Board of Supervisors to put this issue before the voters. And we are also asking the city to let us demonstrate you that what the youth can do for our city, and that I believe that we have already showed it in many, many ways through the many young youth that are here today. And I just want to say that, 16-year-olds can drive, young women can get contraception, youth can be criminalized, and as adults. And I think right there that we're already giving responsibilities as an adult, which I think is already enough. That shows that we are mature. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Well, I think any question about the importance of this measure or the need for this measure just is proven by the fact that the level of discourse in this chamber has certainly been elevated by the presence of these young people. So I'm just glad that none of them can run against any of us right now. So at least not until this passes. But I now defer to...
I was just thinking the same thing, Supervisor Campos.
Thank God. But now I defer to Commissioner Giovanna Soto, proud representative of District 9.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. So through the president to the board, first I'd like to say that I'm the child of 2 immigrant parents. And I feel very blessed that both of my parents are citizens and they can vote and represent me. But a lot of kids don't have this privilege, especially in District 9 where it's a lot of Latino people live. And as you all know, a lot of families are being displaced. And if this ballot measure could have been enacted earlier, a lot of these families would have had a chance to vote because their children who were born in this country could have cast the ballot to elect their supervisors and to vote for ballot measures and many other things on the ballot. And I just think this could really add to stop the disenfranchisement of families that have undocumented parents. And yeah, I think you should all co-sponsor it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim.
Hi, Anna He, District 6 Youth Commissioner. I'm not sure if I should rise, but Supervisor Kim told me not to rise because it's harder to read my notes. So in spirit, I will rise, but I will physically be sitting down. Through the president, I would like to thank all the youth who came out today to speak. I feel so very privileged and blessed to be able to witness all the youth turnout today, which I believe will show very similar to the turnout if 16 and 17-year-olds had the opportunity to vote. I would also like to thank the 2014-15 District 11 Youth Commissioner, Joshua Cardenas, who is today unable to make it, but I'm sure he's watching very closely on SFGov TV. On a more personal note, my parents do not vote. They do not even think about registering in the many decades that they have been naturalized because they were discriminated against because of our low socioeconomic status and all the fancy adult priorities that you have to do being a parent. And it continued that way until very recently. Since I began advocating for Vote 16 SF back when I was an intern for the Youth Commission last year, I conversed with my parents about local politics and how so many propositions in the 2015 local election directly affected our family. And since then, my mother has registered to vote and will be voting for the very first time in this next election. I think this is a prime example of what the trickle-up effect can do. I want to reiterate my mother, who probably would not have exercised her right to vote, which is mentioned 5 times in the Constitution, more than freedom of speech and freedom of religion. My mom, who had zero self-efficacy and believed that her voice would never matter. I am mature enough, and I would like to vote next to my mother in this upcoming election, but I can't. I'm currently 17, and my birthday falls a couple days after Election Day. I'll have to wait another 2 years to vote in the next local election and another 4 to vote in the next presidential election. But I have a younger sister who is currently an underclassman in high school, and I don't want her to vote. I don't want her to have to wait as long as I will. I strongly support this charter amendment, and I hope you all will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job on rising but not rising. Supervisor Avalos.
Through the president, Commissioner Juarez, representing District 11. So just like my colleague, Commissioner Soto, my parents are also immigrants. My parents came here from El Salvador for political reasons. The war was really bad in I guess like in the 90s. Anyway, but interestingly enough, I'm the first one to be voting in my family. And just like Supervisor Kim said earlier, that at 18, it's like a bad time to start voting, because that is when you move away. That is when you're starting to look for a job. That is when you leave your high school. And so for me, I do think it's important that we start voting at 16, because then you do become a habitual voter, and you are more like at a place that you could vote, and you are sheltered. And if before today I just agreed with Vote 16, I am an advocate for Vote 16, because after hearing all the public comment, it is obvious that, one, we need to update our PowerPoint, because if our 16 and 17-year-olds are able to vote, are able to work and pay taxes, and they are able to overcome hardships, they should be able to vote and have some sort of say in what goes on or the ruling in their lives. So I really urge the Board of Supervisors to please co-sponsor this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm assuming we're going to call on Commissioner David.
Hi, through the President, I'm Commissioner David. We're so pleased to be able to join you in this chamber today and to be joined by so many youth and members of the public who are invested in this issue. Thank you again, members of the board, for meeting jointly at after-school hours with us. Just like Supervisor Avalos said, as the board's future vote on this issue will likely be taken during school hours, I would like to ask members of the board to consider adding themselves as co-sponsors of this charter amendment today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Lee.
So through the President to the audience here today and to the board, I want to thank you all for coming out again. I know there's a lot of AP testing, and if you're just on the board, still staying pretty late. So I want to share my story of how I came to support Vote 16. So to be completely honest with you, at first I didn't support Vote 16. It's a radical idea, and at first glance, it doesn't seem like there's anything that's wrong with the status quo either. So afterwards, after I heard a lot of the research mentioned in the presentation, that 18 to 29-year-olds vote the least, that voting is habitual, and the earlier one starts, the better. That definitely did their part to plant the seeds of doubt into my mind, but that wasn't what really pushed me over the fence. So what happened was that I realized that a large part of my opposition to Vote 16 derived from how society portrays 18 as the magical number that marks adulthood for some reason. Because at age 18, we're legally independent from our parents. We can sign contracts, make legal agreements under our own name. We get to move away from our parents, we get to go to college, and a bunch of stuff like this. But as research proves, a 16-year-old's thinking is just as advanced as an 18-year-old's or even adults when it comes to making logical decisions. And because of that, 16-year-olds are allowed to drive. They can pay taxes if they have a job and other stuff like that. Just because all of this stuff that I just mentioned involve logical decision making, and there's no reason for voting to not be one of these milestones that mark age 16. I think we just need to move away from the idea that age 18 is the marker of adulthood and subsequently should decide the voting age, because it shouldn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to turn it over to Chair Avalos to call on other members of the Youth Commission.
Yes, so thank you very much, President Breed. So aside from being the chair of this commission, I am also one of 6 mayoral appointees, and I would like to turn it over to them, who have been waiting so patiently to give their testimony for Vote 16.
Well, I guess I'll start through the President, mayoral appointee Commissioner Burdick. Thank you very much for allowing us to come for meeting today, especially taking some of the time and creating such a historical monument event in our 20 years of Youth Commission. I've been really part of this whole initiative ever since it was first introduced by Joshua Cardenas back in January 2015, and I've been really glad about that, because even though it hasn't been passed, it's really kind of had an impact to me, not only as a person but as a youth advocate. During this last year, for last term, I've been the chair of the Civic Engagements Committee, which has done most of the work for Vote 16. Although we've done quite a lot of work for this initiative. So it's really helped me with not only my leadership skills but my facilitating skills as well. And of course, we presented a lot. We've had to present a lot to a lot of people in order to get their support. So it's also helped me with my public speaking skills as well. And what I believe is, I believe that passing this amendment is just the beginning for this. With more youth, the voter turnout will finally turn around, and youth can get a voice in what they want for their city. I really insist that you as a board, support this and eventually, hopefully, pass this so we can put it on ballot and create this stepping stone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next speaker.
Through the president to the board, I'm Commissioner Mao, a mayoral appointee. I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors, the Youth Commission, and all the public that came here today. As I approach my own 16th birthday, I find myself thinking more and more about this legislation. Vote 16 is an extremely important issue to me and all my Youth Commission colleagues. Some people have asked the question, can a 16-year-old vote responsibly without the years of experience adults have lived through? Well, to properly answer this question, we must first look at the benefits Vote 16 will impact upon the young people who are 16 and 17 and on our democracy. Growing up in San Francisco, I did not find enough ways to get engaged in local civic matters. It wasn't until I participated and gave public comment in a hearing on the topic of creating more medical marijuana distribution centers in the Sunset that I realized that what goes on in our city affects the lives of everyone living in the city, and that if I want to have a say in issues that affect my life in the city, I need to participate. I am fortunate enough to be able to serve on the Youth Commission and have taken a keen interest in what goes on in our local government. Not every youth will get to serve on the Youth Commission, so how do we get young people to be more engaged in our local government? The lowering of the voting age to 16 and 17 for municipal elections will allow us to participate in issues that directly affect us as youth. Our city's 16 and 17-year-olds are stakeholders just like everyone else. All city policy decisions made now have lasting repercussions that affect youth. In fact, as young people, we will be living in the future created by today's policy decisions much longer than the average voter. We cannot afford to have young voters sit out of the conversation until their 20s or later. We need innovative ways to get young people engaged earlier as lifelong voters, especially because so many young people growing up in San Francisco today will face the challenges transitioning to adulthood and remaining in the city. We, as a democratic society, must find a way to invite all stakeholders to participate. Vote 16 is an invitation to young stakeholders to participate and be counted. The act of voting will instruct young people to learn more about our city in order to make an informed decision and make contributions. As teenagers growing up in the city, we strive to gain our own sense of individuality and to feel that we count for something. By giving us the opportunity to vote locally, you are encouraging us to take charge of our learning and of our transition to become contributing members of our civic life and local government. Thank you for your time.
I'd like to rise up, please. Thank you. I'd like to say through the president that the youth are just as responsible and capable of voting as anyone else. We work, we drive, and we were and still are the power behind every social justice movement. Some of us even take care of children, whether that be siblings or offsprings. Some of us write the legislation that gets implemented through the city. For example, Free Muni for youth and Summer Jobs Plus. Yes, we even pay taxes. Working 20 hours a week for $15 an hour, that's $300, but somehow my paycheck comes up to $50. What I'm trying to say, in other words, if we can be held responsible for everything that adults can be held responsible, why not let us have the same rights? If you believe that the youth are the future, like you guys say you do, then prove it by giving us a chance to prove ourselves. Thank you.
Commissioner, could you just introduce yourself briefly?
And my name is Hatim Mansouri, mayoral appointee, youth commissioner.
Through the president to the board, hello, my name is Grace Pading, a mayoral appointee. And as Commissioner Lee mentioned, I had a similar experience when I first heard about Vote 16. Initially, I was, a little bit unsure. I'm currently a 16-year-old, and at a high school where I see people doing many reckless things, I initially thought, I know 16-year-olds who probably won't make the right decisions now, but who knows what they can possibly do in the future. But, coming here specifically today and seeing, the public turnout and my experience as a youth commissioner has really opened my eyes to the possibilities of what youth can say, do, and just in general, the power that youth have when they're given a mic to speak. And what other way to really have them exercise, this right of freedom of speech and their power just in general as youth advocates, than voting. And personally, I support this cause because as a person who, one, has a summer job and also has to pay taxes, one who now is able to drive, and one who can also be tried as an adult, I believe that it's imperative for us to be giving youth these abilities that the adults have in order to, one, make this a more just society and to really give youth a taste of what it's like to have a responsibility and to show what they're made of. So thank you.
Hi. So through the president to the board, my name is Madeline Matz, and I'm a mayoral appointee. So I don't think there's basically any more content I can add on to this. I think you've heard from a lot of people and heard a lot of variations on some really, really compelling points. But I want to just talk about what I sort of see as one of the main roles of government, which is to represent the will of the people. And I think that really applies to this in two major ways. The first way is that Vote 16 is about hearing from more people and hearing their input. And so at a very basic level, I think that's awesome. And I think that is something that as a city that strives to be inclusive, that is something we should support. The second thing is that the youth have really spoken here. We've seen so many people come out to speak, and not a single one of them has been against this. I'm sure that demographic exists, but I think the people or I guess the youth have spoken, and I hope we can listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Are there any members of either body? Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I'm going to be very, very brief, but just want to thank both our bodies for coming together on this charter amendment, and thank all the members of the public for so eloquently speaking today. We had a demonstration that happened here in our board chambers where we had to stop business. And that demonstration to me was very emblematic of what we're seeing across the country. We have a whole part of the country that is willing to support a presidential candidate who has no qualifications whatsoever to be president of the United States. And that's really about because a lot of people have really zero faith in our public institutions around the country. But here today we have a lot of people who want to join and be included in voting and their participation in helping to shape our public institutions. That is what San Francisco has been able to stand for with its decades of supporting young people to be involved in our communities. This inclusion of young people in voting in San Francisco is the next step. And colleagues, please, vote. People came here today to hear what we can do. We can't vote necessarily, but we can put our names as co-sponsors, and I really encourage you to do so if you intend to vote on this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Campos.
I know that at the request of the youth commissioners like Commissioner Commissioner David, that I want to add my name again on the record as a co-sponsor of this, so that it's clear that the District 9 supervisor is supporting this measure.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Yee.
Yes. Once again, I want to thank all the youth that came today and the youth supporters. It's important that we put this on the ballot for people to decide whether they agree or disagree. I think it's going to be based on everybody's individual experiences. And my experience with youth is that they're very capable to make decisions. I've seen it over and over and over again. So I'm honored to join Commissioner Calderon to be listed as a co-sponsor of this Vote 16.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank everyone who came out today. It was very moving in a lot of ways, and I, a little while ago, added my name as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Supervisor Marr?
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to sit with Jillian Wu, an amazing leader for District 1. I did want to say I would like to be added as a co-sponsor as well, and I support the demand that the Youth Commission sits with us jointly every year at least. And I wanted to reiterate former President of the Youth Commission, Nicholas Persky's point that much of the legislation passed by the Board of Supervisors and in the city has been drafted by young people with passion and with courage and a sense of social justice. So I'm just proud to be here with all of the youth commissioners and looking forward to this grassroots campaign to pass this measure as it moves forward in our city.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to base my vote on how many commissioners rose, but I'm just joking. I said earlier that I came here with a half-open mind, and I have to say that the testimony was really quite compelling all evening long. And I was originally thinking that I would make an amendment and we would have an interesting debate as to whether or not to start this as a school board only election, but I think many of the speakers spoke to that, and I found their testimony to be compelling. I am not going to co-sponsor this, but I am going to vote to put it on the ballot. And let me just say a little bit about that, which is to all of the youth commissioners, to the members of this body, I think there's a lot of work that you all will have to do over the next many months between now and November of 2016 so that the measures that Commissioner Kong spoke to, neither one of which passed in the last decade, is not the fate of this measure. So you're going to need to do what you have done over the last 2 years. You're going to need to take this to the people. You're going to need to organize. You're going to have to take what you've done tonight in this chamber and explain that to 450,000 registered voters so that another 10 to 13,000 of you will be eligible to register to vote. It is going to take an extraordinary amount of effort, and I think you've got a little bit of an uphill fight. But with that, I will be voting next week to put this on the ballot and let the voters decide.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. Ditto what Supervisor Peskin said, and actually ditto what my commissioner here, Commissioner Lee, said as well. I think that, as she so eloquently stated, I have gone through an interesting trajectory of thought, and I've been so impressed with all the youth who have come out. Again, the diversity, variety of opinions that you have stated. I, too, will not be co-sponsoring, but I do believe in putting this forth to the voters to decide on. And so, and I also want to echo that I support doing this jointly with the Youth Commission each year. I think it's such a wonderful exercise. I love seeing all the youth here and this forum that they're able to participate in. So I want to thank everyone for all of their hard work. And as Supervisor Peskin said, I think you'll have more work to do. So thank you and good luck on your exams.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. And I came into this meeting today with, in my mind, thinking there's no way I'm going to support this, but I'm open to hearing what folks have to say. Absolutely not. And the biggest reason why I was adamantly opposed to supporting this legislation is because when I was 16 years old, I was just on a whole nother wavelength. You all probably wouldn't have even talked to me if you knew me at age 16. I was really a problematic child, but I didn't realize that there were so many young people in San Francisco that were actively engaged at this level. To hear the testimony of Chair Avalos, who, by the way, is a District 5 resident and used to be the District 5 commissioner. It's absolutely incredible to watch his growth and to see how he is a great leader, but more importantly, how he communicated exactly why it's important, which made perfect sense to me. And Commissioner Plunkett, who is the District 5 commissioner, he had quite the compelling argument. Hearing each and every one of you make comments about your experiences, about why you think this is important, about how strong you feel, hearing the public testimony, and seeing just incredible young people. I think that the city is really in good hands. Its future is in good hands because we have tomorrow's leaders showing up today to get involved, showing up today to make a statement, showing up today to fight what they believe they deserve as a right based on evidence, based on numbers, based on facts, based on taxes, based on all of the things that we use to make good decisions as policymakers. I'm really proud of what I witnessed here today, and I can't see how I could not support this, which I can't believe I'm saying. But I will not add my name as a co-sponsor because I think there's still work to be done, and I'd like to also know what the costs are. And I just want to have a lot more understanding, but I definitely plan to support putting this on the ballot and let the voters decide on this issue. There is work to be done. I think it's a great start. You all worked really hard to get us here, and you all organized, and you brought the information, and you didn't just pull on my heartstrings. You really pulled on the fact that this is how good policy is made, using data, using information, and giving me good, compelling arguments for why we should actually support giving you an opportunity to fight for this at the ballot. Well done. And with that, I am going to, seeing no other names on the roster and seeing that there's no further discussion, Chair Avalos, I understand you would like to take a symbolic vote with your colleagues.
So before we go into the vote, I just want to end with some remarks. So I am truly earnestly proud of all my colleagues, all 16 of you, all 11 district appointees, all of the other 6 mayoral appointees. This has truly been a remarkable evening of public policy making and hearing from the young voices of people who one day will inherit this great country of the United States. If people ever challenge you on your knowledge, on your capacity, you need only look at the youth that showed up here today and the leadership that you have taken amongst yourselves to be involved in something that is beyond what is expected of us by most adults. Most adults expect us to just go to high school, go to school, do our homework, and go to college. But we are doing here something that most 16-year-olds do not often think of. When I was 16, I was like Supervisor Breed. I was on a totally different wavelength, and I admit that publicly. And, I wish when I was 16, I would have had the same, leadership experience and the same passion for politics and for civic engagement, because I believe the more youth that are involved in this, the more youth that we're going to see being involved in a very passionate way. We're going to see less youth being incarcerated, less youth being separated from their families because of immigration status, less youth who are going to have to really think about where the future is going in a country they're going to inherit in one day when all the baby boomer generations and all the other adults are no longer with us in this world. So with that, I'm extremely proud, and I will echo the comments from the supervisors. This isn't the end of the endeavor. This is only one stepping stone. And once this officially is put on the ballot, I want to say to every single youth watching this broadcast and every single youth that showed up today, go out into the streets, let your voice be heard, and convince the adults that may not see things the way we see it right now. But I believe just seeing the supervisors willing to put this on the ballot, I think is evident that we can convince the hearts and minds and souls of people to give us a chance. Just like all the mentors that brought the supervisors to this chamber, there's not a doubt in my mind that one of us, or many of us, will be sitting in the seats that they hold. And I believe this is the right step into nurturing that development. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, would you like to take your vote?
Yes. So without further ado, Madam Secretary, could you please call the roll call for a symbolic vote from the Youth Commission? I'm sorry. So I believe we are willing to make a motion, colleagues?
Okay. Colleagues and fellow youth commissioners, I would like to move that the Youth Commission urge the Board of Supervisors to forward this charter amendment to voters at the November 8th, 2016 election.
I second that.
Okay. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Of course. Commissioner Avalos Nunez.
Aye.
Commissioner Burnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Calderon.
Aye.
Commissioner David.
Aye.
Commissioner He.
Aye.
Commissioner Kong.
Aye.
Commissioner Galliano.
Aye.
Commissioner Juarez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Mao.
Aye.
Commissioner Monthori.
Aye.
Commissioner Marshall Fricker.
No.
Commissioner Matz.
Aye.
Commissioner Pading.
Aye.
Commissioner Plunkett.
Aye.
Commissioner Soto.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
With ayes, passed.
Great. And the motion is approved.
Yay. Good job. You can clap. I mean, this is... Don't tell anybody I let you do that. All right, and with that, Supervisor Avalos, I will entertain a motion to continue the item to the meeting of the 10th or the 17th.
Let's do the 10th, please, Madam President.
Okay,
So a motion to hear this item at next week's board meeting, which will be May 10th.
Okay, Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to continue this item to the meeting of May 10th, seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Colleagues, can we take this continuance without objection? Madam Clerk, without objection, or do we need a roll call?
Madam President, my only concern is to check with Adele Carpenter just about the time frame.
It's been moved and it's been seconded.
Yes, thank you very much. We would be happy to come back out and support the board's discussion on this on the 10th.
With respect to the contract with Citizen, will that give you enough time to do the work that you indicated to me that your contractor needed to do?
Yeah, thank you very much. We're prepared to transition that relationship.
Thank you.
Because we could also continue it to the 17th, if that will give you sufficient time.
Either is fine for the Youth Commission office. So moving forward with Supervisor Avalos' motion works for the Youth Commission office.
Supervisor Avalos?
I'd like to just continue to have it on the 10th, please.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so Supervisor Avalos had made a motion to continue to the meeting of May 10th, 2016. It was seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Madam Clerk, do we need a roll call, or can we do this without objection?
A roll call vote, Madam President.
Roll call vote, please, on the continuance.
Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin. Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The charter amendment is continued to the meeting of May 10th, 2016. Well, it's going to get passed, so... Thank you all so much for coming out. Thank you to members of the Youth Commission. Thank you to members of the public. We truly appreciate your advocacy. Well done.
Good luck on your test.
Good job.
Thank you for letting me use the bathroom.
Good job. You did
Do
great.
we have to close the hearing?
For the night now?
We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
For appointing me this year.
Yeah.
Tang?
So-
Aye. Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner? Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee? Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos? Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Aye. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, those items are approved unanimously. Item number 35.
Item 35 is a resolution to oppose California State Senate Bill 1102 from McGuire, which would infringe upon the city's longstanding home rule powers, preclude the city from effectively enforcing the application of its transient occupancy tax to short-term residential rentals, and prevent the city from obtaining information from platforms that may allow the city to enforce its zoning, housing, building, and life safety laws.
Supervisor Farrell?
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, similar last week, for the same reasons last week, I'd like to ask to be excused for this item.
Okay, Supervisor Farrell would like to be excused. Is there a motion? Motioned by Supervisor Marr, seconded by Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, Supervisor Farrell is excused. Supervisor Peskin.
Madam Clerk, Madam President, on line 14, I would like to make a correction. If the platform makes a selection and the city does insert the word not bar it, insert the word not between does and bar. I make that motion.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion, seconded by Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes unanimously. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President. Distributed amendments that would clarify that in addition to opposing the legislation, we are directing city staff to seek amendments to the legislation to preserve San Francisco's local control. In speaking with our treasurer tax collector, I do have concerns that this bill, I think unintentionally, could prevent San Francisco from administering our own tax program here. And so I want to make sure that if this is going to move forward, that we get some amendments. So I've distributed the amendments, and they are on page 1, line 7, and page 2, line 24. Again, just directing city staff to engage with Senator McGuire to seek amendments to preserve San Francisco's local control.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Colleagues, Supervisor Weiner has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Colleagues, can we take that amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the item.
On item 35 as amended, Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner?
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee? Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The resolution as amended is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item 37.
Item 37 is a resolution to support the American Federation of Teachers Local 2121 one-day strike, and to urge the administration of City College to swiftly reach an agreement that recognizes the important labor City College faculty perform for the city.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, I just ask circulate a few amendments that check with the sponsor of the resolution that he would be supportive of. So just would hope that we could accept those and then move the item forward afterwards.
Okay.
Would like to make a motion to accept those amendments.
I'm sorry, I don't have the amendment.
I don't have the amendments.
Can you read them into the record?
Apologies.
It's the last item, Supervisor Farrell.
What's a few more minutes, Mr. Farrell? You know, come on.
It's only 8:41.
Right. It's only 8:41. We only been here since 2.
Can you specify the line and the location of where the amendments are?
Crossing now.
Wait a minute.
Line 11 and 12, 2 strike-throughs. Line 19 and 20, a strike-through and some adding. Line 24, 25, strike-through. And
I don't see the amendment.
line
Oh.
4 and 7 on the back were some strike-throughs and adds. Want to sever a different one?
Okay, so Supervisor Farrell has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Peskin.
Never mind.
Okay, colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection?
Yes.
Without objection, the amendments pass unanimously. Madam Clerk, on the item as amended, can you call the roll?
On Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously as amended. Madam Clerk, can you please read the in memoriams?
Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Campos for the late Mrs. Aurora Grajeda, on behalf of Supervisor Wiener for the late Mr. Sergio Clor de Alva, and at the suggestion of Supervisor Wiener on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors for Mr. John Paul J.D. Letty, and at the suggestion of Supervisor Peskin on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors for the late Eileen Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This brings us to the end of our agenda. Madam Clerk, is there any other business before us today?
That concludes our business for today.
We are adjourned, colleagues. Thank you very much.